Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime he might perpetrate next?
He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim of suicidal maniac.
Allow me to introduce myself.
Good morning. Good morning in my bounty killer voice. Good morning. Peace, shalom. Hello, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Today's a good day. Today's a good day. Today's a good day. We're going to be getting it in. First, let me say this. Last week, I wasn't able to give my good brother Zion Lex, a proper review of the Black Jews in West Africa. And I want to say to the brother, you did a good job in compiling your information together. And I'm going to give you a true, proper review today. Last week, there was cooking in the background, all type of stuff. I want to make sure that nobody is, this is 2026. And I want to say this to Zion Lex off the bat. If we're arguing if black people who were black were Jews, as how we look at black today, I would definitely have to agree with the brother. So if we were having a debate about if there were black Jews in West Africa, the brother would have won. But I would never debate that. That makes no sense. What Zion is trying to do is trying to connect his personal belief with actual history. That's the problem I have with Zion. We can't make our beliefs a reality when the evidence don't fit. And I'm telling you, if you ever watch a brother Garfield's show, you will never get information like you're gonna get today. Shout out to Orthodox Moore, because Orthodox Moore did a presentation to come at me in saying that there were Jews that came off the ships. He did probably the best attempt to prove that. After conversating with the brother, he said a lot of things have changed since we had that dialogue, and he's having some more information come forward, but he's not feeling the same way he did going into the discussion as he did before. A lot of things have changed. All right. With that being said, today is Savior's Day for the Nation of Islam. Y'all know I was a part of that. Today, I don't know if Farrakhan is going to speak. He's supposed to speak because it's Savior's Day. It's actually in Detroit. I think it's in Detroit. I could be wrong. We're going to talk about Jesse Jackson. Whether we agree with him, whether we hear rumors and we believe it or not. Listen, man, Jesse Jackson, shout out to you. And of course, El Haj Malik El Shabazz, who has had the biggest influence on my life since I came into this country. And he's the reason why I actually joined, one of the reasons why I joined with the Nation of Islam at that time in the 90s. All right, so we're going to get into that. We're going to get into UMAR. Umar said his school should have opened, I think, this Tuesday. He was ready for inspection. The school is complete. Everything is done. He's ready for an inspection. I don't know how that's going to go. I wish everything goes well because I'm a positive guy. I don't want nothing bad to happen. And then we're going to talk about FBA and reparations. And FBA, we shouldn't talk about their reparations because it's their business. But I have my opinion that I'm going to give. And plus, when I put FBA in the chat, a lot of people who don't normally watch me come in and watch because they want you to mix up the blender, what Garfield going to say. And let me say this for the record. I do not want reparations. Neither do Caribbean people or African people who come into this country. It is for the people who descend from out of slavery, and I agree with that. Jamaicans have their dialogue. The guy by the name of Hilary Beckles, which they got, I think, 200 million from Scotland at one point, and they're ongoing as far as research. So we don't want African American slave reparations. The issue is not who wants it. We're bickering about if FBA and who Jamaicans trying to get it or Caribbean. Don't fall for the okie doke. What? And let me do this real quickly too, family. Let me do this real quickly. Let me go to Tariq Nasheed's YouTube channel, and I'm going to show you guys something real quick, right? Yes, Tariq Radio. He's actually live right now, but I'm going to show y'all something on the screen. When I show you on the screen, I'm not knocking my brother Tariq, but it obviously feels like, it seems like, look at all this is. An unfederally recognized Indian said this about FBA. Who cares? Haitian woman said Black Americans are whatever, are dirty. Trump said, hold on, let me do this. Let me put videos and let's look at the latest. East African swirler said this about FBA. Nigerian woman demands to know this about FBA delineation. Haitian woman said Black Americans are dirty. African man living in Ireland says the African diaspora needs unity. Why do refugees act naive about the word Akata? Have foundation of Black Americans ever been xenophobic? Why is Trump declassifying UFO files? Refugee asks, how is FBA delineation going to help Africans? African Brit thinks he knows FBA history better than FBA's. Trump said this at Black History, Suspected Jamaican Fed said this about FBA. Why the desperate need to make FBA's generic Africans? Should Jesse Jackson's legacy be celebrated? Plessibite Babbling Babe said this. Why do so many Black Americans support Trump's Save Act? Why are non-FBAs being crowbarred into Black History Month? Who's more divisive, FBAs or non-FBAs? What really caused FBAs to delineate? Refugee call a complete confusion about how trademarks work. Tariq Nasheed versus a swarm of TikTok trolls. A foreigner caller questions Black relationships, and this happened. African immigrant threatened to do this to FBAs. I am not a specialist on FBA. I don't have anything against FBA, but if this is the guy that coined the phrase, you are falling under his umbrella. And the thing is, where is the conversation about going to get reparations? This is what you need to do in your community. Who is the lobbyists that you're trying to target? Who are the lobbyists? I'm not against FBAs. I'm not saying anything. I'm saying to everybody, this is a time, right, in America, not only during Black History Month, but during our timeline in our lives, period, where we need to actually look at each other and say, where are we going to be in the next 20 to 30 years? And it seems like, and I see this coming, I predicted this 10 years ago, they're trying to replace African-American votes with Mexicans, with immigrants, people who are not legal in the country, illegal immigrants, to make them legal so they could vote. This is what the Democratic Party is trying to place themselves in the next 30 to 50 years of dominating Congress, so they could play the same game over and over and over and over. So you say, oh, there's almost 50 million African Americans. Yeah, because we have voted for Democrats along the way the whole time. But anyway, I'm gonna leave Tariq alone, but I'm gonna talk about reparations in deep, what needs to be done and should be done from a Jamaican perspective, from an African perspective, and also from an African American perspective, because I fit actually all the umbrellas. But anyway, let me get into this video about UMAR and a couple of things going on. We got this guy who had a lot of people give up money the other day, man, and nothing came out of it. And the guy's walking around like nothing happened, man. This guy here, he tricked us. And shout out to Poetic Flacco. I'll be playing his videos, whether you like him or not. But remember this guy, Morrison, took all the money.
YouTube's biggest scammer is back with more lies and deception. And at this point, bro, you kind of have to blame the people who are platforming him. Obviously, I'm talking about Jay Morrison because the title of biggest scammer would be fitting for no other than Jay Morrison. Jay Morrison really ran amok on YouTube, bro. Like, yo, he ran amok on social media in general. We don't applaud scammers on this channel, but you kind of got to applaud Jay Morrison to come from where he come from and to be able to finesse multiple millions, 10 plus millions of dollars. It's like, that's something that, like, that's unfathomable. But before Jay Morrison could hit his big lick, Jay Morrison hit a couple of other like smaller licks that's still pretty impressive. Like, for example, here's one of Jay Morrison's legendary scam. Jay Morrison was able to get in connection with an NFL player. At the time, the NFL player, Muhammad Wilkerson, was the highest paid defensive end in the NFL. Jay Morrison somehow managed to befriend this dude and got him to invest in Jay Morrison's uniform company. He gave Jay Morrison about $250,000, man. All right, Jay Morrison ran off with the $250,000, and that was the story at the time. There was another brother who came out, and he spoke on how Jay Morrison was able to rope him in to being a mentee. This is a dude from the streets, was selling drugs, was trying to legitimize his money. So he gave Jay Morrison $50,000 for a real estate deal. Jay Morrison told him, hey, I'm going to buy houses. You are also going to come in as an equal partner on the deals I do. Your name is going to be on the paperwork. Man, Jay Morrison took that man's money. He started to inquire about the houses and the projects. Jay Morrison kind of gave him the runaround when he started to see paperwork for the quote unquote house, that Jay Morrison was purchasing with the money. His name was nowhere on the paperwork. He starts to get suspicious. He asks for his money back. Jay Morrison goes to him. So there's countless of stories like this, bro. That's $300,000 from just two people, right? And there's countless of stories. But Jay Morrison's biggest lick was probably this Tulsa real estate fund, where Jay Morrison raised more than $10 million.
In 2018, the Tulsa Real Estate Fund, it's regulated by the government, the SEC, allowing qualified people to crowdfund with others with the goal of investing and owning real estate. 15,000 people joined the movement, but 6 years later, that $11.7 million that they've raised has nearly dried up, and many of the investors are pointing their finger at one person.
And as a fellow real estate developer, I took a liking to what he was talking about.
And Julian Gordon says it seemed that Jay Morrison had it all figured. He called it the Tulsa Real Estate Fund in honor of what was known as the Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma back in the early 1900s. The Tulsa Real Estate Fund was a unique concept and turned out to be the largest Black-owned real estate crowd fund. Everybody had to put in at least $500. Gordon, a real estate investor himself, he put in $40,000, the most of anyone.
I was a friend at this time, and I sat in the Legacy Center in his corner office, and I told him straight up that your name has a lot of mud in the streets, but you have 15,000 people who are your biggest fans and believe in you, who he has since then alienated and really cut us off in many ways.
But Gordon says that he still noticed that the math wasn't mathing, that $11.7 million initially raised was being swallowed up, losing millions year over year, according to these SEC filings, with no recorded profits. And at the same time, the fund manager, Jay Morrison, was allegedly paying himself in management fees.
He's eaten over $1 million, almost probably $2 million by now in management fees. He's paid his wife through the organization. She used the facilities without probably any payment. She hosted her podcast there. She hosted her greenlit ATL events there. And I guarantee that there's no transactions of her paying us, the investors or the entity, for the usage of that space.
Eventually, it came crashing down. They had to sell the building. Everybody lost money but Jay Morrison, right? Like, Jay Morrison is the only person who made out with millions of dollars in this situation. Now, Jay Morrison was forced into isolation. Everybody on the internet kind of, treated him like a pariah. Now, there are certain details about this particular fund that I'm not really too keen in diving into details about. For example, people were calling out certain purchases Jay Morrison made for himself with the funds. There were certain employees coming out at the time claiming that Jay Morrison was paying them with the Tulsa Real Estate Fund, even though the Tulsa Real Estate Fund is separate from Jay Morrison's other businesses. So, for example, if it's a fund that investors are receiving money from, but you are siphoning money from this and putting it into this business, However, the investors aren't getting paid from this business, then that's essentially fraud, right? So Jay Morrison was doing a bunch of this, misappropriated all the money, and now everybody lost money, okay? But him, $11+ million down the drain. So Jay Morrison decided he was going to come out of isolation today and do an interview, right, with a guy from Social Proof. And this entire interview was just Jay Morrison making excuses and blaming everybody else but himself.
So we want to be the rich uncle for the community that you could call, like, hey, I got a good idea. Yeah. Let's invest, right?
But yet you're the only person who got rich off the fund.
And so it was a $50 million, the business plan was based on a $50 million raise. And we were on, in my opinion, we were on track for that. I mean, raising several million your first week. Okay, we rolling. Yeah. And then that first week though, and I was planning for opposition. I thought it would be like white nationalist or like the other side or something like that. People are opposed to Black people unifying around economics. Yeah. And I wasn't prepared for the onslaught of bloggers and podcasts and just naysayers and anti-TREF movement that started like a week after we launched.
This man got some nerves, yo. He's about to complain that Black folks only gave him $11 million and not the full 50. So that's why the fund failed, sir.
And that kicked up so much that our month 6, which was January 2019, month 6, the SEC literally knocked on our door in Sandy Springs. And then FBI knocked on our door in Sandy Springs, and the SEC came to our office in Lenox Road in Buckhead. And so a dual investigation started because of all it's a Ponzi scheme, this is a fraud, this is this noise.
This is before slander, though.
The slander started week 1, bro.
Dang.
Yeah. Tone Talks, Yvette Carnell, who ended up being the person that started the False Prophets page. It was like a whole group of them who were just like, and most of them were like the ADOS community, who were like about reparations. And they just had some kind of like beef with me.
This man came out of isolation after 4 years for this. This man has learned zero, nothing at all. Presenting them having a problem with you scamming Black folks as they had a problem with me for no reason. I don't know why they were picking on. No, they weren't picking on you. They were calling out the fund for being a scam. They were calling out the fund for being misproperly ran. They were saying this fund was going to make nobody money but Jay Morrison, and they were ultimately correct in their assessment. So history tells us they weren't just bullying you or picking on you. They were being whistleblowers to a really, 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 really big problem, that came to be true. Now, Jay Morrison will tell you, no, they made the problem, come to fruition, right? We didn't have a problem before them.
And then the guy who does one of the Watch Your Money podcast, before he had that podcast, he was offended by, I think I provoked him on the Shade Room. I had posted a video on the Shade Room of me teaching like some tax strategies to Kerry Hilson and B. Simone, some of our friends. And he was in the comments on Shade Room before he ever had a brand. And like, hey, I'm an accountant, you shouldn't be saying that. And I said something probably slick back, just kind of my, my arrogance and kind of whatever. And after that, he was just locked in. And so he had some influence with the NFLPA. I think one was his frat brother or college mate. So he had the NFLPA send out a warning letter to the whole entire NFLPA of all current and retired players, saying warning about our fund. This is in the first month. So I'm getting to the biggest mistake.
For sure.
So we got a national credible organization like the NFLPA warning all, mind you, we have like several NFL players in our fund. Rest in peace to Marius Thomas, my brother, like literally like one of my brothers.
I'm sure you scamming Mo Wilkerson out of $250,000 had zero factor in the NFL warning their NFL players not to invest in a Tulsa real estate fund.
NFL Hall of Famer, he was in our fund, and others. And that was a tarnish. And then all the online noise. And then the SEC and the FBI started investigating us in month 6 of our company starting. So imagine you start a new company, you're excited about it, you pumped up. To your point, you tell your staff and your team, everybody put in $2,000, we're gonna go do this, build this studio out. And imagine the 6th month of you doing so, the FBI come investigate you and your company and whatever other governing agency come investigate your company. So not just the legal cost, which is about $500,000 to defend that, an 18-month investigation, and what it did to my team, because they got all my team laptops, iPads, phones, they're screening everybody's stuff with these devices. And so my team has to go home, my staff has to go home to their families and explain why they're under investigation. So to the point of what the biggest mistake was, when that happened, and we were raising about $1 million a month at that time, it dwindled down to $100,000 a month. It was too strong of a current to continue to raise capital upstream against slander, against.
Take notice of how he continues to point out that what people were saying at the time was defamation, but everything they said came true. People were saying this fund was a scam and it wouldn't make anybody money but Jay Morrison, and that came true, right? The fund didn't make any investors money. Investors lost all their money. So what exactly was the defamation? He will say, yo, they pushed that narrative, right? They're the reason why the fund ain't make no money because they pushed the narrative that it was a scam and scared everybody away. Jay Morrison is about to try to get us to feel sorry for him, right? Because he went from raising a couple $1 million in the first couple weeks to only doing $100,000 a month and ultimately raising $11+ million. Can you imagine somebody who got a free $100K every month, a free $100,000 every month, trying to make us, fam, you had enough money to do what it do. You were bad at your job. You were poor at it. And some might even say you were damn near unethical and scammy with it, right? Because paying employees with the Tulsa fund from your business, allegedly, like, it's crazy. You buying certain properties in your name when it's the Tulsa is crazy. You paying yourself up for almost $2 million out of $11 million fund is crazy.
We're a company that's based on equity, having capital to loan out capital or to give capital infusions or partnerships.
Yeah.
When you can't raise capital as a company where your business model is based on deploying capital,
Yeah.
it's a struggling business model at that point. And so my biggest mistake was not recognizing that sooner, understanding how severe those investigations were and just that whole climate was. And if I was coaching somebody now who was starting a fund and their fund got under investigation in 6 months, and it was an online army opposing their efforts to raise capital from online, I'd be like, shut it down. Like, tell your investors, hey, like, the climate's too rough. We need to wait till this investigation settle, find out what's going on, and then we'll maybe reconvene. But my biggest mistake at that is other mistakes I'll lay them all out.
Yeah, for sure.
But that was one of the biggest ones early, was like, I tried to bully my way through it. Like, I'm gonna do it anyway. Like, I hear y'all hating, it's cool, watch, I'm gonna show you. And mind you, I was worried about the investigations, not because I did anything wrong, but I'm a Black man with a fund called Tulsa Real Estate Fund. It's named Tulsa as a code word, Black Wall Street.
Yeah.
I don't live in Tulsa. I've been in Tulsa 3 times.
Yeah.
I wasn't called the Black Wall Street Fund, but I figured it wouldn't get approved by the SEC.
Sure.
So I did code word Tulsa. So I'm like, oh man, they're about to Garvey me. Like,
the recurring pattern among these dudes, they all got like the savior complex. They all regard themselves in a higher light than they really are. Dude is putting himself in the same light as Marcus Garvey. No, the FBI or whoever probably started investigating you because, there were too many narratives around you being a scam. They weren't targeting you because they felt like you were like the new Black Messiah. That's crazy. But a lot of these dudes have a savior complex, right? They believe that they have this higher sense of life. They're sent here to save people, but ultimately they all end up being crooks, okay? Now, this dude would even go on to say that he was trying to save Black folks, but Black folks just ain't want to be saved.
It's natural, right? But
I mean, I empathize with it. It's like, but when you met me, you knew, like, my moniker was Young Malcolm.
yeah.
Like, I went around the country teaching for free in inner city projects. Like, I've been one of my two best-selling books is called The Solution: How Africans in America Achieve Unity, Justice, and Repair. I've been a revolutionary. What has happened? What has been the protocol for all our revolutionaries? So it's like
Hate, disdain.
Right? Dismantling, discrediting. Like, you literally look at the definition of COINTELPRO. It literally says to discredit, dismantle, disrupt, right? All these different things. And so I just knew what I was walking into. Like, I always said, like, this is literally the epiphany I had. I did like a kind of main documentary years ago. And I remember being at the United Nations in 2013. I met with the United Nations Humanitarian Division. Yeah. And this guy like Dirk Seeger, he was like somebody from like Germany, he was at the UN in New York. And we were talking about humanitarian efforts. And I told him, I said, if God made me a deal to give up my life so that my people could be repaired, I'd do it in a heartbeat. I give up all my future, all my potential, my whole entire life for Black people to have the repair. Yeah. And when all this reputational stuff happened, God spoke to me and was like, don't start complaining to me about your reputation being assassinated. You said you were willing to give up your whole life for my people. So if you're not willing to give up your reputation and put that on the altar, you definitely wasn't willing to give up your life.
God said no such thing. God told me to tell the people, he said no such thing, and stop lying on his name, man. these dudes are obsessed with being like revolutionaries and the Black Messiah, not because they want to save people, but being a Black Messiah puts you in control of culture. And once you're in control of culture, you can enrich your pockets to infinite degrees. Jay-Z has been doing it for years. Jay-Z has presented himself as the voice for Black people. So hence, whenever these billionaires and gazillionaires want to do business with somebody who can control culture, right, who can run a psyop for them, you know who they call? They call Jay-Z. Right, when the NFL had a Black people problem, right, when we were boycotting, you know who they call? They called Jay-Z to make us quiet. Once you present yourself as the leader of Black folks, you now is like in a position to monetize and enrich like no other. That was his goal, right? These dudes also did this weird thing, right? They did this performative live stream, which was like weird, right? They did this performative like live stream where Jay Morrison took questions live, but it was literally like, it was Jay Morrison taking questions from literal fans. So you put a man like Jay Morrison, who knows all about this kind of stuff, who knows every detail about this kind of stuff, you put him on a live stream with fans who probably heard bits and pieces somewhere, and this was supposed to be like some type of open and fair discussion that was supposed to produce like the objective truth. Cut it out, bro. Jay Morrison ran circles around the fans because he know more about this. Put Jay Morrison in front of like pocket watching with JT. Put Jay Morrison in front of what happened to Common Sense. Put Jay Morrison in front of people who can match Jay Morrison's knowledge of how these things work and challenge him. Putting Jay Morrison in front of fans, man, cut it out, bro. But y'all let me know in the comment section what y'all think about this, man. Do y'all believe Jay Morrison when he says he was well-intentioned? Let me know, okay? And, if you're still watching this video and you want to watch another good video, then click. UMAR Johnson is public enemy number 1 on Black Twitter today. More specifically, the FBA section of Black Twitter. And it's all because of this particular podcast clip that's going viral.
The growing understanding of a movement called FBA.
Okay.
Pan-Africanism and FBA.
Mm-hmm.
How do they contrast or complement one another?
Okay.
UMAR Johnson is a Pan-African. As a Pan-African, you don't believe in delineation. That's the difference between the two. So UMAR Johnson obviously isn't a fan of FBA nor ADOS.
Nobody compares to Pan-Africanism. If you want to go achievement for achievement, you can put all them together. You don't touch us. Okay, and I say that respectfully, but it's the truth. Okay. ADOS FBA, respectfully, I'm going to go with both groups because they represent basically the same thing, but there are differences, right? So ADOS.
Which is a descendant of slavery.
No, they're first. FBA comes later.
Okay.
Okay, but they both exist. FBA is more popular, right?
Okay.
ADOS FBA. I don't have a problem with the American African people seeing the need to make it clear to other branches of the global African family that when you come here, you need to be clear that we built the house and rolled out the carpet for you. Be respectful in my home the same way you would want for me to be respectful in your home.
I agree with the statement 100%. UMAR Johnson is spitting 100%. Delineation started with immigrants coming over here and being disrespectful, not the other way around. Black Americans, for the most part, pushed in a civil rights bill for immigrants to come over here. But when some immigrants came over here, a small percentage of them became like anti-Black Americans. They said F the unity, right? They began to disparage them, call them names, stick their nose up at them, was condescending, joined white supremacy, saying things like, y'all don't got any culture, y'all are lazy. So it's only so long a group of people could shit on you before you say, bro, I don't want to be associated with these people. Now, it was a small percentage of immigrants doing this, but nonetheless, though, they were the loud minority, right? So when a loud minority is taking up a narrative, the narrative is assigned to the entire group. Same with FBA currently, right? Prosperity can exist without oppression. Delineation can exist without hate. So when you have a small percentage of FBA, they're on Twitter, they're on YouTube, they're calling immigrants racial slurs, they're taking the position of agents of chaos.
So the concept of that American African identity, I have no issue with it. It needs to be done. It needs to be said. This is not new. What is new about it is the adversarial stance that they are taking towards African immigrants who come here from the diaspora, and the energy that they give them, the negative energy that they give them, which supersedes the negative energy you give to the white man who enslaved you then and oppresses you now. There's nothing a continental African immigrant can do to me that can supersede what the white man has done to me. There's nothing a
Instead
Caribbean,
of trying to
Central South American African immigrant can do to me that can exceed what the white man has done to me. So why is it I can have so much vitriol, hatred, disrespect, animosity towards someone who looks like me just because they came from another place, when the white man who's responsible for my hell here, I'm never giving him half that energy.
I'll be a fool to sit here and say that the racist and xenophobic people that we see on YouTube and Twitter represent all of FBA, or even a majority of them. They just don't, right? The majority of FBA aren't hateful. However, there is a loud minority that is. And that loud minority creates the most resistance for the group, because most immigrants love Black Americans. Most immigrants don't see ourselves as any different. Most immigrants aren't racist, right? Most people aren't racist. Just like most FBAs are good people, most immigrants are good people. But the loud minorities on both sides make it impossible. Like when you have people who are on Twitter, who are on YouTube, calling immigrants racial slurs like tether, yo, that reflects poorly on the entire group. Now, those immigrants probably don't really have nice feelings towards the name FBA, because when they go on Twitter, it's only FBAs calling them tethers, right? And calling them racial slurs.
And then on top of that, it's contradictory in this way. You still identify with the white man.
Dr. Umar Johnson is correct when he says they don't have that same energy for white folks. We experienced it firsthand, man. You had YouTubers like Willie D and others who were calling for a boycott on all African businesses because a lady had a bad experience at an African braiding shop. There was a literal call to boycott everything. How do you logically justify that? It doesn't make sense at all whatsoever, man. Right? Because this energy is not applied to other groups of people, right? If you have a bad experience at a Hispanic business, there's not a call to boycott all Hispanic businesses. If you had a bad experience at a white business, there's not a call to boycott all white businesses, right? But you literally have them coming online and pushing this. And I'm like, hold on. How do you like justify? Like, how is that right? That because somebody had a bad experience at one African business, you're now saying boycott all businesses? You're now saying affect a mom and pop shop who's trying to feed a family and serve food like at the corner of their neighborhood, now boycott them too, hurt their pockets? And they have no idea what a diaspora war is. They treat everybody the same. It's not right and it's not cool. These people are racist. But it's important that we acknowledge that it's a small minority. So far, I've agreed with Umar Johnson, but here's where Umar loses me, okay? So Umar then transitions on the conversation of reparations and resources. And this is where I fully understand why there's backlash for this interview, because Umar Johnson is dead wrong in what he's about to say.
Don't have an issue with the concept. I take issue with the strategies. And
what about if someone is saying that, all right, we look at anyone that is putting in our place and getting access to resources that belong to us, because they built their cold wealth off coerced labor from our people, but you can come in as an African, as a quote unquote immigrant, and get certain access to things that maybe the foundational Black Americans, what they call themselves, believe that, yo, that's our stuff. And so I don't look at the African any different than I look at any other, ethnic group that comes over and tries to take that place.
If that's the case, where is your campaign against the Latinos? Because I don't see it. Where's your campaign against the Caucasian immigrants? I don't see it. Where's your campaign against the South Asian and North Asian immigrants? I don't see it.
But see, what I think fragment
Let me pause for a second. I hope you guys realize what UMAR did. Why is your energy? There's only 6 million African and Caribbean immigrants in America. You have a population of 43 to 44 million blacks. You got a whole different people of Mexicans, whole different set of white folks, which is the majority of immigrants. And I've never heard, this was my argument against Yvette Carnell years ago. This is why Chief X started to make videos about me, because he said I didn't like black people. This is why he said that. This is why, because I said ADOS is just another movement just to trick black people to follow it and people to get money out of them. It's the same thing with these movements. I hate seeing it. All these movements, they're not doing nothing progressive. Whether you are a Hebrew Israelite, whether you are what you want to claim you're this or that, you're not doing nothing. All we do is pinpoint and pick on people and say, hey, you the enemy, and I'm going to get some money off of it. How much money has been raised? Who is benefiting from these groups? Who's benefiting from FBA? I asked it last week. The guy is selling hats, he's selling shirts, he's selling sticker pads, he's selling all type of stuff. He's the only one that benefits from the rhetoric. Nobody else benefits. Where is the pressure on the United States government? Where is the pressure on the congressman, the senators? Who was with me in the morning time when I had my morning show and we would call the senators live and I'd put it on speakerphone so y'all could hear me calling and say, why are you not supporting reparations for black people? Who is doing that? Tariq has the ability to galvanize the audiences over, I make a video about a Haitian woman calling up a plebiscite or a tether. You know, we could make all these videos, but look at yourself and ask yourself, what are you doing? Or we just trying to separate? There's a delineation. Some of y'all don't even know what delineation means. It's crazy. Black folks, I have a book coming out called Made in America. African Americans in Search of an Identity. Yeah, today African Americans know who they are. But back in the 20s, everybody wanted to be something. We wanted to be Nation of Islam. We wanted to be Morris Science Temple. We wanted to be Black Hebrew Israelites. We wanted to be this. We want to be that. You get the Daddy Grace. You get the magician guy with the rope tricks, Herman or whatever his name, Black Herman. You got all type of different things that we follow. When the whole thing is, all these things are distractions from the point is, we are people who have been displaced because of a mass kidnapping that took place in Africa, and we were taken here for economic reasons and to enslave and for chattel slavery, whether it's in America, whether it's in the Caribbean, whether it's in Cuba, Haiti. We've all been displaced. Same people from whether they're from the Benin, by the Benin, whether they're from Ghana, whether they're from Nigeria, whether they're Akan, whether they're from the Congo, Angola. We from all different areas, and we mixed up and we grouped together and we put in different areas, and we were supposed to survive. Shout out to African Americans because you survived. Shout out to Jamaicans because you survived. But the point is, I have never seen a campaign against Mexicans or anybody else. Why you want to pick your own? That's divisive. So people, think about it for a second. Where's his campaign against Mexicans? Where's his campaign? He's always been against white supremacy. I know that. But where's it against the white immigrants that come here that's taking your opportunities? Yo, I don't have a problem with his answer, bro. Poetic Flacco, listen, I'm not a fan of UMAR as far as his school and all that stuff, but this boy is a hell of a speaker. He got the Brooklyn Magic, and I can't disagree with that part.
Look at any other, ethnic group that comes over and tries to take that place.
And another point too. So when black people come over here, what are they supposed to do? How are we taking the positions of black people? You put in the civil rights movement to make Garfield here, to make all these people here. Malcolm X's mother here. All these different people are here because of rules and regulations within the American system. Although Malcolm X's mother came before the civil rights movement. Farrakhan's mother. All these people have been coming into the country. Jamaicans have over 250,000 stamps before 1950 here in America. We were sleeping with black American women. So are those children FBA? Or I'm just look at Minister Louis Farrakhan. I'm gonna talk about this in a second too. His mother and father is not even FBA. So should we cancel Minister Farrakhan? Should we cancel him? What are we doing here? Should we cancel him? It's crazy. I don't have no qualms with African Americans delineating and saying, hey, this is just for us. That is perfectly fine. All I'm saying is, where is the energy against white supremacists and white folks that come over? Where is it at? As a matter of fact, I'm gonna Google this real quickly too. Let me get this off my screen. But let me finish playing what Umar said. This is very important.
If that's the case, where is your campaign against the Latinos? Because I don't see it. Where's your campaign against the Caucasian immigrants? I don't see it. Where's your campaign against the South Asian and North Asian immigrants? I don't see
But
it.
see, what I think fragmented everything is the reparation talk. And so I think the reparation talk, a lot of the foundational, and I'm, I could be speaking out of school, but my limited understanding of it is, I think that they believe that the reparations belong to descendants of slaves.
Well, I'm going to say this as a Pan-Africanist, because we invented the reparations fight. It don't come from FBA. It don't come from ADOS. This was around before they were born. You feel me? Pan-Africanists gave birth to it. Reparations for me is not about different groups and sects of the race fighting.
Did I just make a post on Facebook and say that, just to let everybody know, shout out to Jim Green and JT Mac, peace and love. Did I make a post on Facebook? Look, let me show y'all this post on Facebook I made, so y'all don't think I'm lying. I made a post, I think it was Monday, right? And I said on the post, hold on, let me take this off the screen real quick. Look at this post that I made. Look at the post that I made, right? Hold on one second. Let's scroll down a little bit. Scroll out a little bit. Hold on one second right here. Jesse Jackson. Shout out to JT Mac for them posts. I want y'all to look at this post that I made last week. Right here. Here's the post right here. I figured it out, FBA. We Africans and Caribbean people do not want any of your reparations, and we hope you get it. Problem solved. Because the gripe, they don't have a gripe with Jamaicans. FBA, they don't have a gripe. But when it comes to reparations, they think that they want piece of the reparations. That's the problem. That's what it boils down to. You worried about that. But look at how crazy this is, family. I want y'all to pay attention how crazy this is. Look at this right here. Look at this. Look at this right here, what Google has showed me. Look at this. As of 2023, the U.S. immigrant population reached record highs with approximately 21.5 million, 45% are Hispanic or Latino, 27% are Asian, 20% are white, 9% are black, and 20% other races. 9%. So you worried about the 9% of blacks that are black people, whether they're from the Caribbean, Jamaicans, Haitians, Barbados, Antigua, Africa, Ghana, whatever they come from. I'm saying to you, and by the way, to that African number includes black. I don't know if it includes North Africans, because if it includes North Africans, it would mean less as far as sub-Saharan Africans and so forth. But listen to me carefully, right? If Mexico is 11 million people, India 3.23 million, where is your gripe? Because the Indians and the Chinese are using civil rights too, and the Philippines. They are. So are the Latinos from Cuba, El Salvador, Guatemala, Dominican Republic. So your gripe, really, if you're worried about immigrants coming over, shouldn't be black people, period. Now, just because we look similar in skin tone, you choose to hate on your own first, instead of saying, hey, this government is crazy, man. You got all these Latinos coming here. Are the Latinos taking your jobs? Are the Asians taking your jobs? Because the last time I remember, if you talk about education, black women are the highest as far as getting degrees or whatever, the smartest people in the country, right? They're getting their jobs. They're doing their thing. But the Asian population has come in and swooped in and got some of the high-paying tech jobs. They've actually given visas to people in the Asian communities that they could give African Americans. They could give them visas for certain things in certain areas. Where, how come you're not saying the Asians are taking away your jobs? How come you're not saying white folks are taking your jobs or the Latinos? Why is it your focus on Black Caribbean people and immigrants? We don't want your reparations. We don't want it. I don't want it. I don't care for it. So what is your gripe? This is a problem, yo. But let me finish this video real quick. What is the gripe? What is the real gripe?
For their crumb off the big pie.
Mm.
This should be one fight, one reparation. Do you feel me, Loon? We can split it up how we want to split it up after we get it.
That makes no sense whatsoever. Reparations extend far beyond slavery. It also has to include the civil rights movement, things like redline, right, disenfranchised Black Americans. Civil rights leaders were being beaten, murdered, right, with no accountability whatsoever. Like their murderers were being taken to court with an all-white jury and being let out the same day. These people had no accountability whatsoever. Horrors were not accounted for. Even things that are glossed over, like Black Americans couldn't go to certain schools, all-white schools, that affected their upward mobility. Education at that time was the #1 way out of poverty. So the system of disenfranchised affected Black Americans disproportionately. So of course, that need to be accounted for. So I don't feel like that a Nigerian who don't have any ancestry in America, who never had a parent come here, grandparents weren't here, I don't feel like giving that Nigerian a check for what happened in slavery and the civil rights movement is fair whatsoever. Now, Umar Johnson will rattle off things like, yo, the British also was involved in slavery, so we need to check for the British as well. Cool, right? If Black Americans want to join other immigrant groups like Jamaicans and Haitians in the fight against the British, then cool. But the check that America provides has to go to Black Americans. Now, how you figure out who deserves it in terms of lineage, y'all figure that out, right? But damn sure shouldn't go to somebody in the Congo who ain't never touched foot on American soil. Why would they be getting a check?
But by you fighting divided for the same restitution, you playing right into the hands of your enemy. There was one slavery, took some of us to the Caribbean. There was one slavery, took some of us to the Americas. There was one slavery, took some of us to Central and South America, right? But there was one African slavery. So the Africans of the world, from the continent to the British, Canada had slavery, Australia had it, right? We should all come and sit down. Let's fight this together.
See, I think they reject
You
that.
would get it quicker.
Yeah.
You would get more because guess what? It's a united front. But because we hate each other more than we hate racism, because we hate each other more than we hate racism, I don't want to unite with no Black Africans. I don't want to unite with no Caribbeans. And you got Africans saying the same thing. I don't want to unite with no descendants of no slaves, right? I want to fight my own thing. So ECOWAS got their own fight. Black British got their own fight. Canada got their own fight. Black America got their own fight. And it's sectionalized, sectarian.
That's what I'm saying.
Nobody communicating with each other. So the white man going to play his old game of what? Divide and conquer, separate and rule.
That's why I wanted to have a conversation about the FBA and the Pan-Africanism, because that's what's going on. Although I hear when you speak, although you're Pan-Africanist, I hear some of the stuff I hear from foundational Black Americans.
Well, remember, there's nothing wrong with advocating the rights of your unique group. A Pan-Africanist in South Africa can speak up for South Africans and still recognize the greater vision and greater goal of a united race. You see that? So as Pan-Africanists, we don't just focus on the whole. That's the goal, but we also got to take care of our people where we are. But so I don't have an issue with the American African people having a Black agenda for themselves that they need to carry out. It's only when you start criminalizing and antagonizing other Africans as if they're responsible for the condition you in. Loon, there's only 3 million African immigrants in this country. They are not the group most responsible for siphoning off from your set-asides. Right. You know who that would be? White women, homosexuals, and Latinos.
I don't think Loon was asking questions. I think Loon was expressing his beliefs. Loon is an intellectual, a very smart guy. I don't feel like Loon don't know what ADOS or FBA is. Loon is very aware. So when Loon says, yo, like the African immigrants or the black immigrants, they're coming over here and they're taking away our resources. How? Bro, like the biggest like beneficiaries of DEI was homosexuals and white women, right? Yo, billions of dollars was sent to Ukraine and Israel. You think that the black immigrant coming over here, is taken away from what? Like, what resources is the black immigrant taken away from? Like, you think America is running out of money to where because they give a black immigrant $1, they can't give a black American $1?
Who they rarely ever talk about.
And you know,
and let me also say this, Loon. Let us be honest. What do we know about the psychology of oppression? The victim often imitates the victimizer. The oppressed often imitates the oppressor. What do I mean by that, Loon? I don't want to be the most oppressed person. I got to find somebody and put them beneath me so I can look down on them and mistreat them. And it's back and forth between Black Africa and Black America. A lot of this is victim consciousness. I don't want to be the lowest, so I'm going to victimize and step on the American African. I don't want to be the lowest, so I want to victimize and step on the African immigrant, because in America, we're the lowest. We are the lowest in the social order. I'm not saying we internalize that.
Right.
I'm saying that's the white agenda.
Yes.
We don't want to be the lowest. So rather than build myself up, my hospitals, my schools, my banks, my trains, my import export, you see that? My industry, my own trade market, stock market, rather than build myself up to compete with everybody else, I'm just going to demonize.
But what if it's about,
so I have somebody lower than me, because I want to do to somebody else what the white man been doing to me. And we all have that disease.
It doesn't make sense whatsoever, like at all, right? These narratives are being formed to vilify black immigrant groups. It doesn't make sense. You think the reason why you not eating is because an immigrant is, no. America ain't running out of resources, bro. They're choosing not to give you the resource. There's an entire bucket of resource over here, but they making you understand the reason why that spoon is empty is because that immigrant is eating out that same spoon. Why are immigrant groups and the disenfranchised in America fighting over the literal crumbs on the spoon when there's an entire wealth of resources over here that they can't access? People over here are getting fat. They're having food comas. They're enjoying themselves. But they got you believing that the reason why you starving is because of this immigrant who's also trying to eat the little crumbs as well. That's not the case, bro. Yo, we are one, right? We're together. Don't allow the hate on both sides to convince you that we're somewhat hate. No, we don't hate each other, all right? Like any black immigrant who call a black American a Kata, you are an enemy of mine. Any black American who calls an immigrant a tether, you are an enemy of mine. It's really that simple. Yo, I've proven it. Listen, yo, I was a fan of Willie D. I ain't a fan no more. Right? Yo, I had content creators on YouTube that I was friends with. I cut it off. Yo, I cut off African content creators for saying words like Akata or saying certain things that I assign to white supremacy. Just like, yo, I cut off Black American content creators who out here pushing to boycott African businesses and calling black immigrant groups tethers. Listen, if I'm not giving a white man a pass for white supremacy, I'm not giving any one of y'all a pass for white supremacy, bro.
I'm speaking universally. Every African group in the world. Because remember now, I've met them all. They always looking for something.
Hey, shout out to Poetic for what he just said. And that goes for me and that goes for anybody else. If you're going to use that type of language that's causing division, I don't want to be a part of it. If it means I'm only going to have 10 viewers every week, I'm cool with the 10 viewers. Because this is a vibe for me. This is the only day I go live, so it's a vibe. I'm here to put out information, whether you agree with me or not. I'm here to speak truth, because I'm going to tell everybody this. You'll never take away God from black people or from people in general. The issue is not the God you worship. The issue is what you say you are that's attached to it. That's the problem. That's the problem. Because now that you believe what you believe, you think you are better than the next person. I'm chosen. I'm a Christian. I'm a Muslim. I'm a this. And because you have internalized your belief to the point where you think it's actually true, you look at other people less than. When I was a part of the Nation of Islam, you couldn't tell me that Elijah Muhammad was not the messenger of Allah. You could not tell me that he wasn't the Elijah in the book of Malachi. You couldn't tell me nothing about Elijah Muhammad. You couldn't tell me Farrakhan is not a modern day Peter or Paul. You couldn't tell me nothing, because I internalized the belief, and I believe it to the point where I start reading the book and say, hey, that's true. It fits him. Yeah. So at the end of the day, though, we gonna listen, family. I got time today. I'm gonna be on for another probably 3 hours, and I'm gonna talk about Deuteronomy 28 a little bit here, just to make a point that this guy is making. Tribalism came from immigrants, not Black Americans. Well, I don't know if that's correct, brother. You can't say that. Not saying the N-word to each other isn't the issue, huh? Well, the N-word to each other, remember though, it has become a part of the vernacular of the African-American community, to the point where Jamaicans have copied it and call each other nigger. Jamaicans have copied how we dress, how African-Americans dress with their pants off their butt. You would think that when you watch a Jamaican video, music video, you would think it's what you call it. It's crazy. But anyway, let me finish this. I'm gonna get in some information. Let me finish with this UMAR stuff right here.
Somebody to put under their foot. If I can't beat the white man, let them join them by having somebody under me too.
So, but if it's about resources and reparations, so if it's about reparations, right, for Americans, descendants of slaves, because I agree with you. I think it shrinks the coalition when we have, like, you know, ADOS and FBA and Pan-Africanism and regular just black people who ain't doing none of that.
Pan-Africanism, our focus is the whole. We're the only philosophy in
Inclusive.
the world that is inclusive of everybody. Nobody else has that. They want to make you a Hebrew.
What strength is that?
They want to make you a Christian. They want to make you a Muslim. We don't have that. We believe in freedom of religion. We are about unity of the race. We see the African race as a family that we want to be cohesive.
Oh, let me know what y'all think. Yo, ultimately, man, I just think is, if you a sellout and you a African immigrant or a Haitian or a Black immigrant in general, then you a sellout. If you a sellout and you are a Black American, you are a sellout, man, right? But the sellouts don't represent the entire groups, no matter what side you're talking about. Ultimately, there's more of us that are normal than there is of the hateful people, and we have to focus on the love, man. The love is always going to, outroot the hate, But let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think about this? And if you're still watching this video and you want to watch another good video, then click on this video right here somewhere on what's going to find out why NBA Youngboy is threatening to hurt Playboy Max very badly. I'm going to see you guys in this video.
I got one more video and then I'm done with videos today. It's teaching time. You wanted to say something, my brother?
Nah, I can wait. What up, Garfield? But I did see your post today that you was just talking about. I did see it. I think I liked it.
Hold on, let me do this. All right. So now we're gonna get into if anybody would have to talk about anything else, let me just get into Minister Farrakhan real quickly. Today's Savior's Day in Detroit. Hopefully he's able to speak. He's in his 90s. And let me also talk about Jesse Jackson, because I did make a post about Jesse. Let me do this right now. Some people have their own feelings about Jesse Jackson. I'm just saying whatever he did to promote civil rights and to back African Americans in any way, shape, or form, I support him in whatever he did. Rest in peace to Reverend Jackson. Let me see. Did I do a whole post on it? I don't think I did. But shout out to him anyway. I did do a post. Yes, James Mack. I did do a post on the Omawale, my brother Malcolm. This is an official statement from the Dagger Squad. February 21st, 1965. We remember Malcolm X. Malcolm Little became Malcolm X and later El Haj Malik El Shabazz. And for those who don't know, my first son's name was Khalid Malik. And the reason why he's Malik is because of Malik El Shabazz. and Khalid for Khalid Abdul Muhammad. And his life was a blueprint of transformation, discipline, and uncompromising truth. He was incarcerated as a young man, and in prison, he rebuilt himself through study, reading, and spiritual change. After his release, he rose inside the Nation of Islam, not just as a speaker, but as an organizer, national representative who helped expand the movement's reach and visibility across America. In 1964, after leaving the Nation of Islam, he built 2 new vehicles for the next stage of the struggle: Muslim Mosque Incorporated and the Organization of African American Unity, aimed at moving the fight from civil rights to human rights and linking our condition to global liberation movements. He traveled internationally, including the Hajj in 1964, and his message evolved, never into weakness, but into wider vision. Malcolm was assassinated on February 21st, 1965, but the work didn't die with him. Self-respect, self-education, unity, and the duty to confront injustice with clarity. We honor him today by learning, building, organizing, and standing on principle. Rest in power, Malcolm X. Shout out to Malcolm X, one of the biggest influences on my life. When I came here and I was traveling on the train, and hold on a second here. My business partner is texting me. Y'all know Garfield can't multitask for a mother effing reason. He can't do that for nobody. All right. So remembering Malcolm X, 1925 to 1965. 1946, sentenced to prison. 1948, joined the Nation of Islam while in prison. March 12, 1964, founds Muslim Mosque. 1964, travels to Mecca for Hajj, embraces Sunni Islam. June 28, 1964, establishes Organization of African American Unity, OAAU. So shout out to Malcolm X, one of the greatest leaders of our times. And shout out to Jesse Jackson. Shout out to Minister Farrakhan. I hope he's able to speak today at Savior's Day. All right. I don't want to get into the whole Jesse Jackson and conspiracy stuff. He has done positive things. Let's deal with the positive. Whatever negative he did, He's dying with all that stuff. All right. Let me also get into one more. There's a video I got to play here. All right. A history of Black Jews in Africa, the evidence. History of Judaism in Africa. Let's get to this first. This is from Home Team History.
Is being advanced within the social framework of the public consciousness.
Savior's Day is about the birth of Master Farad Muhammad. They said he was born February 26, 1877, just like our December 25th is celebrated for Jesus. This is their Jesus, or what was my Jesus in the past at one point in my life. Master Farad Muhammad, Wallace Ford Muhammad, whatever his name is, and they celebrate it every year. Dr. York, he used to have a Savior's Day because he's born June something, 28 or 26, so he would have that every year. He copied the Nation of Islam, of course, but that's where that Savior's Day come from. All right.
What up, African world? It's your boy Home Team here, and I'm back at it with another video of African history, culture.
All right. So now, if you're gonna invite a friend, because we're gonna get into some history, some archaeology, some anthropology, and we're gonna get into some stuff that I've put on Facebook, and we're gonna have this discussion. If anybody wants to talk about Jews in West Africa, nobody is saying there were no Jews, whether they black, they brown, they red, they yellow. I don't care about the color. It don't matter to me because I am not a Jew. I don't recognize as being a part of that tradition. Now, if you're part of that tradition, theologically speaking, and you are in America, in the Western world, I can see, honestly, why you would draw a conclusion. Before we get into this video, why would we draw a conclusion of saying that we are the people and all this stuff, right? It's very important for you, especially for somebody like my brother Zion Lex, right? Because he holds to the Bible 100%. Now, we could mock him, We could laugh at him. We could make jokes about him. But that is not going to change Zion's mind. Zion is set. I'm not here to convince anybody named Zion Lex he's not an Israelite. The only thing I can do is put the information out so that people can review it themselves and say to themselves, well, this makes sense too, if whatever. Because for those who don't know, my position is not if your God is real or not real or whatever. I don't hold to an atheistic traditional position as far as your God. I don't hold to that position at all. Everybody has a right to believe in God, because at the end of the day, as Africans or descendants of Africans, they've always believed in a higher power. So that and human beings on a whole have believed in a higher power. So arguing about a God to me is unnecessary. That actually pushes the person more away from you than actually want to listen to you. So you got to speak the language of the people. So when we come on here and we say, oh, that's garbage, Jacob never existed, and you got to speak in an intellectual manner so that people could be more receptive to what you're saying, so they see it's not personal. Your God ain't shit. You can't talk like that. We want to say it. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. But I've grown to the point where I could have a dialogue with anybody, and I have to be universal. This is one of the things I learned when I was in the Nation of Islam, because in the Nation of Islam, they also claimed they were Christians, and their definition of a Christian is totally different than yours, but it's a beautiful definition. The definition of a Christian when I was in the Nation of Islam is one who is crystallized into oneness with God by following the example of Jesus Christ. Who could argue with that? Nobody could argue that if you're a religious person. Nobody could argue. Why would you argue with that? You're trying to follow Jesus Christ, who walked the earth, who you believe walked the earth, and that's that. All right. Let me get into this real quickly here so that we could make the show flow. I do want to bring out, hold on, let me see, historical. I want to bring up something that's important to a lot of people, right? Which is Deuteronomy 28. And what happened is, let me see, historical, where's my notes? Notes. Let me see if I could find this. Scythians, Persians. What I try to do is I try to connect the Bible, whatever is in there that's biblically, that's historical, and try to figure out the storyline and try to separate the theology from the history. That's what I do. I don't really, the Bible as a book, as an Old Testament book, we're not talking about New Testament now. The Old Testament book was compiled around between the 1st and the 3rd century BC. There's a compilation of books that's being formulated to be used by who are the Jews at the time, the Judeans. All right. You might call them Israelites if you want to, whatever you want to call them from a theological perspective. But these were basically Judeans who were formulating the book, building the book, and so forth. Hold on a second. Historical. Hold on one second, family. Let me look at this again. See. Diaspora. Historical. So I'm not here to argue about what your position is. Continue to live your life as a free person, as far as you have the right to worship any deity that you want, because that's the world that you're in, and that's where you are right now. Nobody can take that away from you. Nobody. What I mean, nobody can. Now, in this video, I think he talks about Deuteronomy 28, but I'm going to let him teach a little bit. Oh, you're on your Bible stuff. Disregard. Now, and by the way, too, remember when an immigrant does something, or when an immigrant does something, it doesn't mean all immigrants feel the same way. And of course, we're human, and something happened with a Nigerian, like all them Nigerian people, them wicked, all of them are scammer. No, all Nigerians are not scammers. But I will say this though, Nigeria is one of the most advanced states in West Africa. Remember, we were doing, and I say we because I have a lot of Nigerian in my system. Nigerians, what we call Nigerians today, or Igbo people or whatever, Yoruba, whatever, those people had iron smelting before the ancient Near East. That's something that we have to do. Shout out to FBA Convo. Peace and love, bro. Remember that. So when you think about Africans before, prior to 1000 BC, you had the knock culture of the Nigerians. Where did they get that idea from? Where did the people in Mali get the Onjuju ceramic advancement from 9000 BC? Where did they get that from, that they brought it to Northeast Africa, to Egypt? Where did they get that from? Where did they get that type of culture from? Where did they get the pyramidic structures that they said may have influenced Egyptians in making the mastabas? Because you know pyramids are rooted in mastabas. It's not the pyramid. The pyramid is not what people are copying. It's the mastaba where they preserve the dead bodies. That's what the people were building on top of. That's what made the pyramids, because the mastabas is where you had the dead people. But I'm gonna get into that shortly, right? But once he touches on Deuteronomy 28, I want to get into something that's very important that we need to look at as a people, because as Black Americans, right, and as Jamaicans, we feel that we have been mistreated the worst when it comes to slavery based off of what the Portuguese did. But I'm going to bring forward two different groups in Asia that were transported from Africa, and those people still have their African genetics today, showing that they're rooted in that era. So people talk about DNA. I don't trust DNA. Well, DNA ain't gonna lie where your root is. And those people are treated worse than Jamaicans. They're treated worse than FBAs, even up until today. And you're talking about FBAs, you talk about redlining and civil rights and what you had to go through here and all the things you had to go through from 1865 to 1965. Let me tell y'all this, man. These people here who are descendants of Africans, just like we are descendants of Africans, they got the worst part of the stick with the slave trade. But I'm going to get into that group shortly, because they were also transported by slaves. So once I bring up Deuteronomy 28, I'm going to get into that. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Join the show. Today is a lesson today.
And worldview. And remember, if you want access to sources, courses, exclusive videos, or you just want to support the home team, you can do so on patreon.com. The link is in the description box below. It's no surprise that scholars are having to address the history of Judaism in Africa due to the rise of the Black Hebrew Israelite community. The Hebrew Israelites have done a fantastic job at moving the discussion through grassroots efforts in urban communities. Their narrative has become so potent that it even influenced the minds of popular hip-hop artists like Kendrick Lamar and Kodak Black.
I'm an Israelite, don't call me black no more. That word is only a color, it ain't facts no more. Hey, I'm an Israelite, my diamonds Israelite.
And this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Hebrew Israelite influence in popular culture. My last video about the top 10 African ethnic groups taken in the Atlantic slave trade spurred up a debate about Hebrew Israelite claims concerning biblical prophecies and how Black people in the diaspora may reflect this history. A lot of you guys have been messaging me to share my thoughts on the topic. I thought it would be an interesting topic to analyze, but more importantly, I wanted to go into the details of some of the major claims and compare it to what we know about West African history. So here it goes. First, we're going to discuss the general history of Judaism in Africa, and then we'll compare them to the Hebrew Israelite ideology and what some scholars have to say. I definitely can't cover everything in this video, so keep in mind that there will be a part 2, so make sure to make comments. With any movement around the globe, it's important to have elements of truth in it, and that's how most of them acquire their following. The truth is, there is a history of Jews in Africa. According to most accounts, the earliest Jewish settlements were in North Africa, and it only makes sense for Judaism in Africa to begin in the north as a point of entry from the Levant region where it originated. Jews and Amazigh, or what we call today Berbers, ultimately interacted with each other, and some Berbers in North Africa actually converted to Judaism. In fact, according to accounts from the 19th century onward, Queen Kahina, an Amazigh queen who fought against the Arab invasion, was said to have converted to Judaism. Even though this is debated within the scholarly community, it still points to the presence and influence of Judaism in Africa. Pointing further south, in Ethiopia, the queen who destroyed the Aksumite Empire was believed by some to have been a Jewish convert. Her name was Queen Gudi. And again, despite the controversy, the knowledge of Judaism in Africa was not foreign or unknown. But the most unlikely place people are to expect the presence of Judaism tends to be West Africa, because it's so far away from the origin of Judaism. Admittedly, the most direct evidence for Jews in West Africa comes from the West African writers themselves in the Tariq al-Fatash. The Tariq al-Fatash is a West African chronicle written in Arabic in the second half of the 17th century, and it provides an account of the Songhai and Mali empires. The Tariq al-Fatash describes a community called the Bani Israel that in 1402 existed in Tendurma, Mali, possessed 333 wells, and had 7 leaders. It even goes on to list the names of these leaders, and even states that they had an army of around 1,500 men. Apparently, there was a sizable amount of Jews in the Songhai Empire, and according to Leo Africanus, the Askia, or king, really wasn't too pleased that they were there. The king is a declared enemy of the Jews. He will not allow any to live in the city. If he hears it said that a Berber merchant frequents them or does business with them, he confiscates his goods. It's important to note that thousands of Jews and Moors during this same period were reportedly expelled from Spain and came to settle in North Africa. But nonetheless, Jews were in West Africa, and Africans and Arabs recorded their presence. There are many more accounts of Jews in Western Africa, but let's discuss the strongest claim from the Hebrew Israelites that support their narrative. Like mentioned before, the Hebrew Israelites claim that Hebrew communities lived in Africa, and historically that's true. But their strongest claim comes from Dr. Rudolph Windsor in his book, From Babylon to Timbuktu. There, he proclaims a Hebrew Israelite state in West Africa called Kamnuria or Kanuria. The Moorish writer Leo Africanus informs us of the past existence of a medieval Hebrew state called Kamnuria or Kanuria. In fact, Kamnuria did indeed exist, and to Dr. Windsor's credit, there is very strong evidence that there were Jews living there. In Mauritania, according to oral tradition of Western Africa and Arab sources, the first inhabitants of Mauritania were the Bafour people, who apparently claimed Jewish origin. The Bafour were a pre-Berber people in the region who reportedly were Black Africans with some Semite ancestry. Al-Idrisi, the Muslim scholar and historian, writes, and I quote, "The inhabitants of Kamnuria, following the saying of merchants, claim to be Jews." According to Al-Idrisi, when the Islamic Berber Empire of the Almoravids were expanding, they began to oppress the Balfour Kamnuria population, and they were left in a state of survival. Only a small group from Kamnuria remained, scattered between the deserts and near the coast, and living off dairy products or fish. They lead a hard and precarious life. They wander in this territory. Now, like mentioned before, all movements and religions must contain elements of truth to them, and this is by far the strongest and most reliable argument of the Hebrew Israelite community concerning Jews or Hebrews in West Africa. Now, given all of that, with further analysis of their claims, the scholarly and religious community have many objections. For the sake of time, let's all concede and agree with the position of the Hebrew Israelites that all the Hebrews from Israel all the way to North and West Africa are all Black Hebrews. Even if we concede to that point, there are still difficulties with assigning these people not only to the African diaspora, but African kingdoms. But we'll get into that later. It's important to note that the Hebrew Israelite ideology and belief is very diverse, so we're going to tackle the most popular one. The book From Babylon to Timbuktu and its author, Dr. Rudolph Windsor, is one of the most celebrated history books for most Hebrew Israelites. So we'll use his claims from this book and compare it to what we know historically about West African history. Dr. Rudolph Windsor is a Hebrew Israelite himself, and in his book, he claims that the kings of the Ghana Empire, also known as Wagadu, were Black Hebrews. The Black Hebrew kings of Ghana had two titles, Kayamaga and Ghana. It's a well-documented fact that the Soninka people founded the Empire of Ghana, not Black Hebrews. The Soninka weren't Jews at all. In fact, they had a legend about a giant snake that they made a pact with to sustain their land. According to Soninka oral tradition, the Soninka venerated a giant snake named Beta, and they made sacrifices to him, and I quote, "Every year the Beta would receive a maiden and a horse, and in exchange the Beta would rain gold upon the land." This obviously has strong religious undercurrents concerning their traditional African belief system, which was the veneration of snakes. Nothing at all within Soninka society points to any Jewish socio-political or religious parentage. Hebrew Israelite scholarship has a tendency to bulk up the presence of Jews in West and Central Africa so that the millions of people sought off the coast of Africa will align with their claim that all victims of the Atlantic slave trade are the true and authentic children of Israel. The argument actually crumbles with the numbers. The way they tend to boost these numbers is by claiming the originators of some African empires or kingdoms were Black Hebrews, and they simply converted to Islam later on. Like with the Empire of Ghana and the Songhai Empire, many Hebrew Israelites claim the original West African Songhai dynasty, known as the Za or Dia dynasty, had a line of Black Hebrew kings. This founder of the first Sudanic dynasty in Western Africa was a Black Jew. His name is sometimes written Za al-Ayaman. Because it's assumed that we can't confirm historically the religion of the early Dia or Za dynasty of the Songhai, Dr. Windsor simply inserts the idea that it was a Black Hebrew one. The Tariq el-Sudan, which is another chronicle from West Africa written by an African, makes mention of the Za dynasty and its ruler, but does not at all mention that he was a Hebrew or a Jew for that matter. Thankfully today, due to
That's a very important point, and let's pay attention. In Zion's presentation, he presented Al-Yaman. And by the way, to none of the historians, Levitt and them, think that Al-Yaman is a real person. It's just a tradition that was developed. It doesn't say he's a Jew. It says he's from Yemen, and automatically, like what Windsor did, they assume because he's from Yemen, that means what people don't realize is, and I'm going to show it with science, is that a lot of so-called sub-Saharan Africans are in Yemen. And because you could tell by the genetics, by the Duffinol gene, by the sickle cell trait, they're in Yemen. They come from there because during the trans-Saharan slave trade, they were taking sub-Saharan Africans and they were transported, men and women, to North Africa and taken to Yemen. So that's how our genetics ended up there, because they're the only people. I'm going to talk about the Duffinol genotype or phenotype later. And you guys going to see the connection comes back to this. So when it says Al-Yaman, this is somebody who is Arabic, who is rewriting the oral traditions. It's like when the colonialists come here into the U.S. and tell the Native Americans, oh, you are Hebrew or you're Semitic or whatever, and change your flood story to make it sound similar to the Noah story. They say, hey, these people are from Noah. You're from Adam. It's the same thing with Africans. Remember, people got to remember, the people who are recording the traditions are from a Muslim perspective. This is why a lot of people, Yoruba, Akan, and whatever, wherever Islam is, they are saying they come from the Prophet, they come from Arabia, they come from Medina, they come from Mecca. They are saying those are the things that they are saying in the oral tradition. So we only remember when they say they come from Canaan. We only remember that part, but we don't remember the part when they say they come from Mecca, Medina, or Arabia. That's where most of the traditions, it shows Islamic influence. I'm going to give you guys the scholarship on this also in a few minutes.
To new information, we have some writing from ancient Songhai traditional scribes called the Kumba. This was the earliest Songhai writing form used to communicate largely religious matters. A Songhai historian named Dr. Hassimi Maga has preserved the text of his people and given us insight into the religion of ancient Songhai people. The following is a written Songhai communication between two priests. Peace be upon Ndebi. Men and women are greeting you, and the river, the forest, and the Genji. The cattle, the birds, and the animals are suffering because of the lack of rain. Peace be upon Ndebi. Men and women are greeting you. May the peace of the day and the night be upon you. We must organize the dance. We must sacrifice animal blood and offer it to the Genji to drink. When the Kumba receive such letters from other scribes, they explain or interpret the meaning of such letters. Such letters also can be ordered by the chief of the village, the king, or they can be initiated by the Kumba themselves for the benefit of the population. Now, based off this communication between two Songhai scribes or priests before the advent of Islam, it's clear that the god that they worship, which the Zah dynasty kings seemingly validated, was not Yah of the Black Hebrews, but Ndebi. Also, nothing in Black Hebrew Israelite culture makes reference to offering animal blood to the Genji, which the early Songhai dynasty believed were spirits in human form. We have to ask ourselves, why would Black Hebrew kings of the Songhai allow the worship of Ndebi and the veneration of Genji? These are very difficult questions to answer if we are to subscribe to this idea that the early Songhai kings were Black Hebrews.
Hey, let me say this. I just put a source in the chat, right? And I'm going to stop the video for a minute because I have to get to this source. This is from JSTAR. It's a review of a book that I actually have. There's only one of them left in America. It's in the library in Manhattan. The book is called Arabic Medieval Inscriptions from the Republic of Mali. It's Epigraphy, Chronicles, and Songhai Tauric History by P.F. de Moraes. This book goes back to actually 1972. All right. And what happened is this guy found so much epigraphic evidence of the actual indigenous people of the land. So when this crazy guy who's talking about Garfield don't know Akan history, he never read this book. What happened is Tariq al-Fatash is considered a forgery. And also, hold on, let me put that in the chat also. Hold on 1 second. Let me put this in the chat. And it gives you the whole thing. The manuscript C is considered a forgery. Let me repeat that. So when we quote Tariq al-Fatash and it says X, Y, and Z about the tin derma and all that stuff, that is not true. They have it in the Met Museum. Yes. I have the PDF. So ladies and gentlemen, this book here is giving you the exact what the people actually wrote, the people, not what Arabs said later. These are the indigenous people writing their history they're using Arabic script, but there's Africans who are actually writing it. All right. I want to just scroll through this a little bit here. Look at what it says right here. Approximately 400 inscriptions were examined, and 250 of these, most of which have never been published, are included in the latter half of the book. Preliminary remarks on each epigraphic site describe the layout and unusual features of individual necropolises. Each of the original Arabic or Tiffany inscriptions has its English translation and commentary providing at the back of the volume. But what I'm trying to show with this is this. If you're going to talk about West African history and Jews, you got to talk about this guy, Paulo Moraes Farrakhan. He's the one that wrote the book. Moraes Farrakhan explained that during the 20th century, as the epigraphic evidence gradually emerged from an extended period of oblivion, the reactions ranged from bursts of enthusiasm to paralyzing uncertainty about how the inscriptions related to other sources. It was by pure chance, observes the author, that the 17th century Timbuktu chronicles happened to be the first sources consulted for history of the Songhai Empire. A dearth of available archaeological evidence reinforced the chronicles' impact while depriving the inscriptions of material context. Thus, the modern Vulgate of Songhai history was constituted and maintained without any contribution from epigraphy, mainly on the basis of Timbuktu chronicles. The epigraphic evidence first reported at Bentai and royal epitaphs unearthed at Sane at length revealed that the inscriptions were inconsistent. Listen to this, family. The epigraphic evidence first reported at Bentai and royal epitaphs unearthed at Sane at length revealed that the inscriptions were inconsistent with the previously accepted King's List and allegedly historical narrative that had been used based on the Timbuktu Chronicles. So when my brother, Zion Lex, I'm not knocking you, you need to get this book, because this is from the indigenous people writing it before Arabs come in and try to create their own narrative of where Africans come from. Why would Africans say they come from Arabia? Why would they say they come from Mecca? Why would they say they come from Medina? Unless they are influenced by people who are colonially implanting their traditions within a cultural environment that they are not that they are actually subjected to. So that same thing like the Native Americans, same like the people who went to the Arawaks or the Caribs or whatever in the Caribbean. It's the same thing. So why would it be inconsistent with the accepted list of the Timbuktu Chronicles? This is crazy. So Zion and Divine Prospect and Yawasap, y'all got to read this book because this is from the actual people. So look at this now. It says the inscriptions were inconsistent with the previously accepted King's List and allegedly historical narrative that had been based on the Timbuktu Chronicles. Why would a writing that predates? Because these writings that they found on epigraphs and evidence is from the 11th century, from Idrisi time period to the 16th century. So this is before the Timbuktu Chronicles, before the 17th century. The inconsistencies were disturbing to historians who had grown comfortable with the wealth of detail and chronological sequences of the Songhai dynasties. Wow. Wow. Epigraphic evidence that clashed with previously accepted dates from the Timbuktu Chronicles was inconvenient when it comes to choices. The unparalleled detail of the Chronicles proved irresistible. Some choose to tacitly ignore the inscription while others simply dismiss them as being devoid of historical value. Further complicating the productive use of the epigraphic corpus were some central assumptions of the classical paradigm of Islamic epigraph studies were applied to West African medieval inscriptions along the paradigm emerged from research on cultures very different from those of West Africa. I'm gonna skip through this a little bit. This is just the J-Star article, a review of the guy's book. I wanted to point out something that's very important with the brother. So when you're reading the Tariq al-Sudan, that's not a forgery. Tariq al-Fatash, the manuscript C, is considered a forgery in academic circles. Why? Because manuscript A and manuscript B is not saying what manuscript C is. Manuscript C added on to what those previous manuscripts said. And then you had the Delafos, who was considered not a guy that was considered probably a racist. He actually had his own version, which is crazy. So all these people are inputting their own biases on the translation instead of translating it for what it is. Look at what he said about Zoa. The epigraphic evidence, and if anybody want to jump on and have a discussion about this, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it like men. I'm not saying I'm better than you because I've read more than you or whatever. Because remember, I'm a late bloomer when it comes to West African history. This is stuff that Truth Story and Rob Bond knows more than I do. So if I'm going off a cliff, and a matter of fact, shout out to Truth Story because he said he never knew this book about this book. He's like the coconut got one right. Shout out to Truth Story, by the way. Black History Month in effect. All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, look at this right here. The epigraphic evidence has convinced Marius Farias that the Timbuktu Chronicles artificially shortened Mali's period of domination of the eastern arc of the Niger Bend, and that they also prolong the length of the Zua or Za dynasty into the past and possibly forward into time. The Timbuktu historians' artificial lengthening of the Zua dynasty that leaves no space for those bearing the title Malik. Of course, for those who know what Malik means king. Highlights the dissonance between the inscriptions and the chronicles. In this case, Marius Farias presents firmly dated epigraphic evidence that some of the Maluk, none of whom are mentioned by the Timbuktu historians. Why is that? Why wouldn't the Timbuktu historians document kings who are documented in the history of that area and that region? People have their motives. Clearly preceded epigraphical documented Zua rulers. The importance of incorporating this evidence into the historical record is further highlighted by 6 inscriptions mentioning women who bore the title as king. Whoa! Why would a man... See, this is when Islam get it wrong, because now, not blaming Islam, but a male-dominated Abrahamic faith, they don't want to document no woman, no queen ruling over the area. The authors compel an argument that the Malikat, the queens, should be seen as a royal series in their own right, not merely as an adjunct to the king series. If that is not sufficiently dramatic, there's also the tombstone that mutely testifies to matrilineal descent by connecting 2 titles, one for a king and one for his mother. This is the tomb of Zowabi al-Malika, Queen Hakia. The author's discussion of the Malikat as genealogical foundation. All right. Marius Farias also treats us to remarkably insightful analysis of the ways and means by which the Timbuktu chronicles gathered and manipulated historical evidence to construct their Songhai narrative. For example, in his exposure of the legend of Ali Kulun, he finds it possible to identify patterns and elements appropriated from both Tuareg lore and Songhai oralcy for the Timbuktu chronicles. He stresses the urgency of taking heed of these borrowings because they are one source of the problems that have held back appreciation of the value of the epigraphic evidence. Any historian familiar with the King's List in the Tariq al-Sudan is aware of the credibility problem with Aleman, the alleged first ruler of the Zua dynasty, who is, you hear what he says? The alleged first ruler of the Zua dynasty, who is variously described as an Arab from Yemen, not a Jew, right? So Zion and Divine and all these Yawasap and all these brothers that research, that do real research, we got to pay that in mind. It don't say in the earliest manuscripts, it don't say he's a Jew. This is what Rudolph Windsor inserted into the argument. Is variously described as an Arab from Yemen, a giant from the bush who could run as fast as giraffes and ostriches, or the killer of a monster fish god with a ring in its nose. Who believe that person is a real person? You're not talking about no real person. In the view of Marius Farias, Ali Kulan, who has usually been accepted as a historical figure, is no more historical than Zua Aleman. According to the Timbuktu Chronicles, Ali Kulan was the first of the dynasty of rulers called Soni, a Mandi word often contracted to sea, and is claimed to have had links with Mali. In one variant, he's born in Mali and serves as a ruler for a time, and in another version, he's the son of a Zua dynasty ruler taken as a hostage to serve as the Malian court. But anyway, do I need to go anywhere? Oh, here we go. One of the most interesting links between Berber and Songhai culture involves the much speculated upon origins of the title Askia, in which Marius Farias sees semantic convergence between speaking of Askia, one of the typical striking epigraphic revelations sprinkled throughout this book is the fact that the use of that title did not originate with Askia Muhammad I in 1493, as indicated by the Timbuktu Chronicles and Songhai folk etymology, but was in use by 1234 CE. Look at that, family. I won't even get into Askia Muhammad and his crazy and all that stuff. I won't even get into that. But that's crazy. So if this guy never write this book and people say manuscript C is fake for whatever reason, they said it was fake or whatever. But this book here, I'm telling you, y'all gotta read that book, y'all. Y'all gotta get that book. But let me get back to this. So when you talk about Al Zalaman or whatever. Nobody thinks he's a real person. But let's get on to this.
The fact is this: the ancient Songhai dynasties very clearly weren't Black Hebrews acquiring any traditions from the Levant region and worship of Yah, but they were West Africans practicing a traditional African belief. By claiming that Ghana and Songhai were originally Hebrews, you automatically boost up the numbers of Hebrews in Africa greatly, along with other independent Jewish communities we see historically. And thus, you can comfortably align yourself with the claim that all the millions of victims of the Atlantic slave trade are the true and authentic children of Israel. Attempting to disprove Hebrew Israelite origin in African empires can be difficult, as anyone can insert an Israelite presence with historical gaps. But one thing that seems a little peculiar is Dr. Rudolph's claim that the Black Jews maintained their history, laws, and written records, and they did not absorb into the African tribes. Instead, the African tribes absorbed into them. The Black Jews had an advantage over the African tribes. They carried their culture, history, laws, and written records with them. This assured them a constant precedent for the development of a higher social organization. Because of the stability of the Black Jewish culture, the Jews were not absorbed into the autochthonous population. So according to Dr. Rudolph, the Black Hebrew kings of Ghana and Songhai had the advantage over other Africans because they maintained their culture, written records, laws, and history. Also, these Black Hebrews were not absorbed into the African culture, taking on any of the African cultural, religious, or societal ways, but that the Africans took on the ways of the Black Hebrews. This is a pretty bold and problematic statement because in order for it to be true, the most basic human activity has to accommodate what he's saying, and that's language. The one question we must ask ourselves is this: if these Black Hebrews kept their cultural ways and history and laws and influenced the Africans, how did they not keep the Hebrew language? How did the language and the writing not influence the local population? And why aren't there any Hebrew history books in West Africa accounting for these African empires? Take, for example, the Tariq al-Sudan and the Tariq al-Fatash. Both of these books were written in Arabic, which is a language brought over from a people also from the Middle Eastern region, who clearly brought over their religion, language, history, and laws, influencing the African population. If the Arabs were able to do it, why weren't the Black Hebrews able to keep a simple thing like their language or their Hebrew writing if millions of them migrated to Africa and built empires and maintained their culture? If what he claims is correct, then the Soninka people of the Ghana Empire had to have been absorbed by the culture and laws of the Black Hebrews. If the kings of Ghana were Hebrew Israelites who kept their tradition, why would they give themselves Soninka names instead of Hebrew ones? For example, here's a small list of names from the kings of Ghana that is well documented. King Kayamaga, King Mayan Diabe Sise, King Basi, and King Tunka Manin. The names of these kings don't seem remotely Hebrew or Jewish. In fact, these names are Soninka in origin, Sise being a very popular Mande name. The names of these kings also point to the originators of the Ghana Empire, which is obviously African and not Black Hebrew Israelite, as Dr. Windsor proclaims. Also, if the Black Hebrews kept their laws and written records, as Dr. Rudolph claims, why would the Kumba Songhai scribes not be writing in Hebrew script? What reason would they have to invent a totally new writing system and worship a new god named Ndebi and not Yah? If these Black Hebrews influenced the Africans and kept their Hebrew written records and laws, as Dr. Windsor claims, then the supposed Black Hebrew kings of Songhai would not be writing in an ancient Songhai script. When comparing African history with the most celebrated Hebrew Israelite commentary on Black Hebrew Israelite history, we run into some serious issues. However, even with these historical issues, the Hebrew Israelites, to their credit, make convincing arguments from the Hebrew Bible itself, as parallels between the children of Israel of the Bible and the Atlantic slave trade are bound to be similar. Well, I'm all out, guys. In part 2, I'm going to tackle the strongest biblical evidence Black Hebrew Israelites use and compare it to biblical scholarship. If you like this video and want to learn more and gain the sources, you can go to patreon.com. The link is in the description box below. Stay tuned for part 2 as we discuss the history and rise of the Hebrew Israelites and analyze their strong. My last video about the history of enslaved Africans in the New World spurred up the debate about a totally different perspective concerning the religious imagination. This was adopted by Black people in America who had every reason to find parallels between the suffering of the Israelites and their history of Judaism in Africa. And with modern-day movements within the African diaspora, this history is being advanced within the social framework of the public consciousness. It has been an essential part of the European culture and worldview. And remember, if you want full access to courses, sources, and exclusive videos, or if you just want to support them, it's very important to note that their ideology is very diverse. But the position we're discussing is from the historical perspective of Rudolph Windsor in his book, From Babylon to Timbuktu. I chose his analysis of Black Hebrew Israelite history because his book is the most celebrated book within the Black Hebrew Israelite community. So let's keep that in mind. His primary position is that the Black Hebrew Israelite community left the Middle East and ended up in West Africa, maintaining their history, culture, laws, and written records, and also that they didn't absorb into the West African culture at all. This idea I showed in part 1 to be a very difficult thing to subscribe to given fundamental West African history. The history of the Black Hebrew Israelite community is very interesting, and they have communities all throughout the African diaspora and Africa itself. In the last video concerning the history of Judaism within West Africa, we looked at the confirmed existence of Jewish communities. Now let's look at 2 groups of Africans that have been confirmed and validated as being a part of the Hebrew Israelite community. 2 groups of Africans that have been embraced as legitimate members of Israel or just accepted as having legitimate claims are the Falasa Jews of Ethiopia and the Lemba.
All right, I need to although this already passed, I need to make something clear, right? The 3 known manuscripts of Tariq al-Fatash. The scholars distinguish 3 main manuscript traditions, often labeled A, B, and C. If you look at the work of Octave Haudas, Maurice Delafosse, and later John Hunwick, you have a 17th century copy, an 18th century copy, and you have a 19th century copy partially reconstructed. Manuscript A and B seems to be pretty similar, but manuscript C includes unique interpolations and oral traditions not found in A or B, including the Tinderma Jews passage. And for those who are not familiar with the passage, the Jews expelled from Timbuktu who settled in Tinderma. So with Zion Lex, when he talked about what Al-Fatash says, he didn't realize that manuscript C is considered a forgery and why it's considered a forgery. And I did put that in the chat also for anybody to read it. So anybody who watches the video could take that link and get it for themselves. John Hunwick, The Arabic Literature of Africa, Volume 4, the reference to the expulsion of Jews from Timbuktu and their settlement in Tinderma appears only in one later recension of the Tariq al-Fatash, preserved among the Kati family manuscripts. This is from Ralph Austin, History in Africa. The much quoted passage concerning the Jews expelled from Timbuktu derives from the late C manuscript tradition of the Tariq al-Fatash, which contains local interpolations absent from the older Paris manuscript. This is from Bruce Hall, A History of Race in Muslim West Africa. The story of Jews in Tinderma, found only in the late Kati family version of the Tariq al-Fatash, is almost certainly a retrospective construction from the 18th or 19th century. So, is it authentic from the 15th, 16th century information? Very unlikely. Most scholars consider it an 18th century oral interpolation. I'm just saying, did Octave Hodus include in his 1930 edition? Yes, but only as a note taken from the Kati family's copy. He flagged it as an addition, not present in his primary Paris manuscript. So we using as something, I would say, if we're going to talk about this, the Jews being expelled from Timbuktu, we need to talk about it in context and say, you know what, this is not in the earlier manuscripts. Many scholars who are experts in the field feel this is actually added later in the 18th or 19th century. So I just wanted to add that to make sure that people have context. So when they're rewatching this video, say Garfield says, nope, I'm giving you the scholars and giving you everything. And this is the only mention in the Tariq al-Fatash, I might be wrong, of Jews, period. So if Jews were there the whole time, at least they should have wrote the whole thing about the Jews. All right. Hold on a second. All right, so I'm gonna leave that for now. I just wanted to add that in so that people could
Zimbabwe.
From a scholarly.
The mere existence of these communities really strengthens the argument of modern-day Black Hebrew Israelites concerning the exodus of Hebrews from Israel into Africa. There is no doubt that the Black Hebrew Israelite community can anchor their historical perspective with this reality. Some of the truths within the Black Hebrew Israelite camp can be very compelling, giving the biblical and tangible evidence. The only problem from the outside observer seems to be the conflation of this history. No ideology has to be perfect, but using this color of truth to paint all Black people as members of a new belief due to an overzealous discovery can garner some serious issues. And when we look at the history of the Hebrew Israelites, we'll understand how this all happened. Hebrew Israelite history started a very long time ago. Most people would begin Hebrew Israelite history in the late 19th century, but I'm taking a different approach. The truth is, the religious foundation for the Hebrew Israelite ideology began with slavery in the US. When African American slaves began to hear biblical stories, they immediately identified spiritually with the plight of the Israelites. For African Americans, identifying spiritually with the Israelites gave them a sustained hope that the God who delivered Israel would surely deliver them. In their slave songs, they made statements such as, "My Lord delivered Daniel."
Hey, I'm putting in the chat, right? Remember earlier I talked about Marias Faris? I'm putting in the chat so when idiots like Katazar and some of these brothers some of the real brothers that study, they could see the sources in the chat. This is the oldest extant writing of West Africa, medieval epigraphs from Isuk Seni Efnatawas in Mali. When you talk about Jews in West Africa, we got to be careful not to, just because of our beliefs, we want to superimpose on the culture. We got to stop doing that. Stay out of West Africa, man. Stay out. If you're going to say that, don't just leave the culture alone. That article, the 100 and no, it's 65 to 113. So it's like a part of the book showing the oldest West African writings. We're talking about in the Mali region, Songhai, Ghana. I'm talking ancient Ghana, not modern day Ghana. You see, they're in the same type of region. So if Jews are there, these people are would document it. They have no reason to lie. This is my point. But go ahead, let's continue with the video.
Oh, why not deliver me too? They also sung, "Come along, Moses, don't get lost. We are the people of God." So we can see very early on that enslaved African Americans in the United States were laying down the psychological framework needed to identify with the Israelites. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, certain African Americans began not only to identify spiritually with the ancient Israelites, but also claim that they were their direct physical descendants. In 1886, in Chattanooga, Tennessee, a man named Frank Cherry claimed to receive a vision through which God told him to present the message that African Americans are the true descendants of the biblical Hebrews. Then William S. Crowdy founded the Church of God and Saints of Christ in 1896 in Kansas with the claim that the 10 lost tribes of Israel were the ancestors of Black people. From the beginning of the 15th century up to the second half of the 20th century, the lost tribes idea has been an essential part of the European colonial narrative and discourse. In other words, the lost tribes obsession from the start originated amongst European religious imagination. This was adopted by Black people in America who had every reason to find parallels between the suffering of the Israelites and their own traumatic experiences of slavery and Jim Crow. Fortunately, this new idea for many Black Hebrews relieved the pressures of being descendants of Africans and having to deal with the Western world's view of that. Identifying with the romanticized plight of the Hebrew Israelites granted African Americans access to sympathy and a respect for their humanity. For a particular sect within the Black Hebrew Israelite camp, like Rudolph Windsor, this new identity afforded them the opportunity to separate themselves from the African and join in the denigration of African society and civilization in order to insist that their presence, the presence of the Black Hebrews in Africa, brought some sort of cultural or moral superiority. An idea that Rudolph clearly states himself. The argument from Rudolph Windsor has strong undercurrents of Black Hebrew Israelite superiority over Africans. The Jews had settled among the most civilized people throughout the ages. The Jews imported into the western part of Africa a superior material, educational, and moral culture soon after 300 AD. So essentially, Dr. Rudolph is saying that West Africans were less civilized and strife with moral and cultural bankruptcy until the Black Hebrews, in a sense, gave them the light. The problem with that statement is that it mirrors the racist views of Arabs and Europeans who justified the enslavement of African people because they had no civilization or respectable societal values. On the contrary, here are some honest records from early times concerning the Empire of Ghana, which was an African empire that was neither Jewish, Christian, or Muslim. A certain king of Ghana in the 7th century called Canisia possessed 1,000 horses, and how each of the horses slept only on carpet with a silken rope for halter, and had 3 personal attendants as if itself were a king. The king of Ghana is the richest king on the face of the earth. The king has a palace and a number of dome dwellings, all surrounded with an enclosure like a city wall. He sits in audience or to hear grievances against officials in a dome pavilion, around which stands 10 horses covered with gold embroidered materials. Behind the king stand 10 pages holding shields and swords decorated with gold, and on his right are the sons of the kings of his country, wearing splendid garments and their hair plaited with gold. The African kings of Wagadu, or Ghana, had an appreciation for structure, order, beauty, and administrative acumen. They didn't need the Abrahamic religions in order to attain a civilized moral compass. But anyway, let's get back to a comparison between West African history and the proclaimed Black Hebrew Israelite history in West Africa. When confronted about historical inconsistencies in relation to the two, Hebrew Israelites tend to pull out what they view as a trump card. They point out that maps made prior to the mid-1700s have the Kingdom of Judah on it. And indeed, a kingdom called Judah are on these maps. They say that Europeans are trying to hide this history because after the 1700s, this kingdom disappears and it's called something else. For an individual who does not know African history, this would be the most compelling evidence for Black Hebrew Israelite civilization in West Africa. But upon further analysis of West African history, we begin to see a different picture. To begin with, the indigenous name for the kingdom was called Weda, which literally means house of the serpent. But the French called it Waida or Ouda. When the Portuguese arrived in that region, they called it Ajuda, which literally means help in Portuguese. And since then, the name of the kingdom has been called either Waida, Weda, or Judah. Judah simply being a British corruption of the word. And since Emmanuel Bowen, the creator of this map, was British himself, he simply called it the Kingdom of Judah, or Waida, as we see here. He clearly makes reference to its more original French name, so that people may understand. The conspiracy within some of the Hebrew Israelite community is this. Well, if they're not trying to hide our true Israelite identity, why did the Kingdom of Judah suddenly disappear from all the maps in the mid-1700s? Because indeed, maps after the mid-1700s don't have the Kingdom of Judah on it, and it's called something else. That's the conspiracy within the Hebrew Israelite community.
Anybody want to jump on? All right. Let's get into Waida and Judah for a second. Who founded Waida originally? And by the way, too, that map is anachronistic because it wasn't the Kingdom of Judah or Waida after 1727. And this map is 1747. So it's actually anachronistic. There's no Kingdom of Waida at the time. It's actually a part of the Dahomey Kingdom or the Dahomey Empire. So it wouldn't be called Waida later on because it got taken over. The age that by the Alada people were in charge over Judah, and Dahomey was in charge over Alada. So what happened is they used to get the slaves because this is a slave port. So Judah would get the slaves from here, would be Yoruba people or from people from the Oyo Kingdom, and bring them down. Almost 2 million people, y'all. Guess what? None of the people who were the slaves came from the area that where Judah is. They came from outside. They were prisoners of war. So that's what kills the whole argument. But let's look at Waida for a second. I'm gonna take some time and review some of this right here. In Waida's history, do they ever say they're Israelites? No. It was founded by the Asia and the Fon people. All early European accounts attribute Waida's inhabitants to the Asia or Fon migration from Tedo in Togo. No source ever claims Israelite origins. This is very rare for these Africans. Because you know in Ghana, parts of Ghana, modern day Ghana, you have people say one thing and they say another. But I mean, even with the Yoruba people, they have over 7 different traditions. And they come from Canaan, they come from a tribe of Nimrod, they come from Medina, Mecca, Arabia, Muhammad family. They have all type of traditions. You don't find that with Waida. The Kingdom of Waida only appears in the 16th, 17th century. Judah is an Iron Age Levantine tribe. Waida emerges almost 2,000 years later. By the way, Do you guys also use Jeremiah 17 and said, you forgot who you were and your identity? So how did they remember to name their place Judah? You can't have it both ways, Israelites. No West African oral traditions traces wider to Judah. The Asia, the Fon, the Iwi, the Yoruba, and GBE traditions trace origins to Tado, Ketu, and migrations within West Africa, never to Judah or Canaan. Arab chronicles never place Israelites in wider. Writers like Ibn Battuta, Al-Idrisi, Ibn Khaldun never mention Israelites in the Gulf of Guinea. Medieval Jewish travelers never mention West Africa. Benjamin of Tudela, Obadiah, the proselyte, Eldad the Danite, none mention a Judah tribe in West Africa. No trans-Saharan trade record places Jews in Wida. The people of Wida or Judah were subjects of the kingdom of Dahomey after 1727. Dahomey was an African state created by the Fon with no Israelite influence. Jews fleeing 70 CE did not migrate across the Sahara. All Roman Jewish Islamic sources agree that Jews fled to Arabia, Mesopotamia, Persia, and North Africa, not sub-Saharan forests. No historical event links the tribe of Judah to West Africa. Wider slave ports were controlled by Africans and Europeans, not Jews. The Wider port was run by Fon kings, not by Judahites. Why the temples are voodoo shrines, not synagogues. Sacrificial practices differ completely from the Torah. Why that has no Torah, no Hebrew text, no commandment tradition. Why they use sacred objects unknown to ancient Judah. Why the funeral traditions do not resemble Israelite burials. No Hebrew inscriptions has ever been found in Wida. No Israelite pottery, iconography, or artifacts appear in Benin. All excavated material culture is Asia Fon, not Middle Eastern. No synagogue foundations or Jewish cemeteries exist in Benin. No trade goods from ancient Israel were found in Wida Strata. There's zero archaeological evidence of Levantine migration there. Why the descended populations are overwhelmingly E1, B1A. Ancient Judahites were primarily J1, J2, E1, B1, BT, not E1, B1A. Autosomal DNA of Fon Asia matches West African Niger Congo populations. No Levantine genetic signature is found in the Bight of Benin. No Jewish mitochondrial lineages. No K, N1B, T2E appear in wider groups. Should I go on? No, this is not the only map, brother. So if you guys want me to give you more information, you could go back and look at it. Europeans misheard African names and forced biblical labels. Wida was misinterpreted by 18th, 19th century preachers as Judah, but local people never call themselves Judahites. Slave trade maps use European spellings, not indigenous names. And yes, you're going to find some French people who say, yeah, it's Judah, like it's Judah, the Bible. Because in French, it's Judah, J-U-D-A. So you're going to have that there. Let's stop playing games with people's lives and lying to them for them to join your cult. It's ridiculous. Let me see if there's anything about Judah I want to break down. But all right, let's go back to the video.
But the answer to this question is pretty simple. The kingdom of Wida, or Judah, disappeared from the map in the mid-1700s because it was conquered by the kingdom of Dahomey. Ironically, the end of the kingdom of Judah, or Wida, was at the skilled hands of the Dahomey female warriors. The first definite use of women as soldiers by the kingdom of Dahomey was in 1729. The king of Dahomey, King Agaja, ordered a great number of women to be armed like soldiers and appointed officers to watch company with colors, drums, and umbrellas, according to Negro fashion. Then, ordering the army to march, the women soldiers were placed in the rear to prevent discovery. When they came in sight of the Waida army, the latter were much surprised to see such numbers of Dahomey soldiers, as they supposed them all to be, marching against them. If you're not convinced yet that the kingdom of Waida was not a Hebrew Israelite kingdom at all and never claimed to be, let's look at the society itself and their belief.
All right, let me add some more context to this. After 1727, the kingdom of Dahomey took over where Waida is, right? Now watch this, family. If you were considered a citizen, a subject, or native of Dahomey, you could not legally be sold. This is how you kill the Hebrew Israelites. We have the primary sources of them doing this. The only people that were sold were prisoners of war, foreigners, rival ethnic groups, captives from neighboring states, non-Dahomey residents could be taken and sold to Europeans. This is documented in Robin Law's book, Oida, The Social History of West African Slave Port. It's in Edna Bay, Wives of the Leopard. It's in I.A. Akinjo bin Dahomey and Its Neighbors, J.F. Snellgrave, Chevalier de Marchi, and William Bosman. This kills the whole Israelites from Judah were enslaved in Waida claim, because if Dahomey conquered Waida in 1727 and where the people were now Dahomey subjects, they could not be sold after 1727. But the peak of the slave trade from Waida was the 1740s to the 1780s, meaning the majority of people shipped from Waida were not Waida natives. If you go to Patrick Manning's book, chapter 4, you see he documents the ethnic groups. None of them was from Waida. They were from outsiders, from the Oyo Kingdom. Captives, Aruba captives, Nupe captives, Mahi captives, Bariba captives, Alada captives, Iwi captives, Igbo captives, Central Nigerian peoples, Northern Ghana captives, not Dahomey citizens. You gotta know the history, family. So if you want to read Chevalier de Marchi in 1720, King Agaja declared, no Dahomean shall ever be sold. You could read it also in William Snellgrave, 1734. The king, European traders complained that after 1727, the king will not sell any of his own subjects. Bro, we got primary sources. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The enslaved population does not match Dahomey ethnicity. If you look at Dahomey Fan DNA, Fan Asia GBA genetic cluster, it's heavy E1, B1A, M2, particularly subclads in the GBE peoples. African Americans show high Yoruba ancestry, high Igbo ancestry, Mande, and Central African ancestry. It don't show the Fan and Dahomey people. The people from Waida were not Waida people. Again, Dahomey law after 1727 banned the sale of any Dahomey citizen. That means the people of Waida, who you claim are Judahites, were legally protected from enslavement. So your whole argument collapsed just on that alone. And if we look at the map, we're going to get to the map by Emmanuel Boyne in a second. Let's get to the map. Hey, I'm telling you, if y'all gonna get some information, I'm alone in the house and I could shout and make all type of noise, no cooking, no noise. So y'all gonna get some real information today. Get your pen and paper, let's get it.
According to Rudolph Windsor, the Black Hebrew Israelites upon their arrival in West Africa maintained their culture and history. Yet this is not at all reflected in the history of Judah or Waida. Number one, because the inhabitants of the region never called their kingdom Judah. It was called Weda. And like mentioned before, Weda literally means house of serpents. Why would these people call their kingdom house of serpents? Well, the reason is in their religion. In reference to the religion of Waida or Judah, the sources have this to say. The one element that attracted regular notice and commentary was the cult of the snake god, Dangbe. This was generally recognized as deriving from pre-Dahomean days. So before the conquering of the kingdom of Judah, which again was named by the Portuguese and the British, These Africans clearly venerated and worshipped a snake god they called Dangbe, similar to how the Soninka of the Ghana Empire venerated a snake deity. In fact, an illustration by European visitors to the kingdom of Judah during the coronation of the king, we clearly see a snake present right in the middle of the whole procession because their religion clearly demonstrates their worship of snakes. So we have to ask ourselves, if what the Hebrew Israelites are saying is correct about the kingdom of Wida or Judah being a black Hebrew kingdom, then why would the Hebrews be worshiping a snake, especially during a pivotal time of crowning a king, a moment in which your beliefs and history should be on full display, which they were? It becomes very difficult to conclude that the kingdom of Judah, Ghana, or Songhai were black Hebrew states when we understand West African history, culture, and religion. Now, the argument from some conservative Hebrew Israelites tend to excuse this historical narrative because they claim that black Hebrews simply began to worship other gods and forgot who they were. They point to the fact that they did this throughout history. The problem for an outside observer is that you can't simultaneously proclaim that the black Hebrews maintained their culture, laws, and written records and did not absorb into the African populace via Rudolph Windsor's claim, and also that they forgot their language, culture, and laws, but there existed a kingdom of Judah in West Africa, alluding that they were black Hebrews who knew who they were. These two liberal and conservative black Hebrew Israelite historical perspectives cannot coexist given their collective evidential claims. In my previous video, I promised that I would discuss the black Hebrew Israelites' most powerful biblical argument. One of the most convincing claims from the Hebrew Israelites comes straight from the Bible in Deuteronomy chapter 28. This chapter is one of the primary pieces of evidence for the Hebrew Israelite community. It's so convincing and compelling that it became one of the foundational talking points for people within the community and even in popular culture. Kendrick Lamar himself makes reference to it in his song, Fear.
Cursed people. Deuteronomy 28 and 28 says, the Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart.
The overwhelming majority of Hebrew Israelites believe that the transatlantic slave trade was predicted in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bound men and bound women, and no man shall buy you. This is a great verse that Hebrew Israelites use to confirm the transatlantic voyage of black Hebrews. There will always be disagreements as to what this verse is really saying on both ideological ends, but I'll just document both arguments here and explain how the black Hebrew Israelite community makes it work for their perspective. For most black Hebrews, concerning this verse, Egypt is just a spiritual reference for America or the Americas. And the part about, and I quote, no man shall buy you, simply means that no man will save you, according to many Hebrew Israelites. Now, according to Josephus, who was a first century Romano-Jewish scholar and historian, Jerusalem was taken by Titus, and many Jews were enslaved in Egypt once again. Thomas Newton, a biblical scholar and author, also points out the following theological thought concerning the Israelite reference in Deuteronomy chapter 28. They had come out of Egypt triumphant, but now they should return thither as slaves. They had walked through the sea as dry land at their coming out, but now they should be carried thither in ships. They might be carried thither in the ships of the Tyrian or Sidonian merchants, or by the Romans who had a fleet in the Mediterranean, and this was a much safer way of conveying so many prisoners than sending them by land. Josephus also gives commentary as to the last portion of the biblical prophecy from his perspective in reference to "no man shall buy you." Of the captives who were above 17 years, he sent many bound to the works in Egypt. Those under 17 were sold. But so little care was taken of these captives that 11,000 of them perished for want. Josephus, by the way, claimed to have witnessed himself the taking of Jerusalem by Titus and was under his protection. Whatever perspective we want to subscribe to, the fact remains that there are older interpretations of the scripture from a man of that time who claimed to see Jews being persecuted and sent to Egypt, which does align with the biblical prophecy. Given this history, some more conservative Hebrew Israelites don't deny what Josephus says and his first-hand account, because he was actually there. But they believe that event was just a part of the prophecy. They proclaim that the transatlantic slave trade was the second portion and completion of the biblical prophecy in Deuteronomy. The historical proclamations of the Black Hebrew Israelites are compelling on the surface level. The only issue seems to be the conflation of history and the romanticized filling of historical gaps. Whatever we want to subscribe to.
All right. Let me say this right here. Let me share the screen. All right. I wanted to say something about ships. The Japanese, not saying that the prophecy is for the Japanese, but Japanese have the right to make the claim where the Portuguese also were driven, and they are driven into the bottom of the ships. This is far beyond the punishment in hell. This is from the 16th century, not so Toyotomi Hideyoshi. He was Japan's supreme warlord at the end of the 16th century. This is unbearable to me, he said. In 1587, upon learning from one of his officials from the Portuguese, by hundreds of Japanese men and women, their hands and feet are chained and they are driven into the bottom of the ship. This is far beyond the punishment in hell. So this is something that the Japanese went through because of Portuguese. The same Portuguese that was involved in West Africa, by the way, too. The samurai invasion of Korea. Korean captives taken to Japan. Japan is an island. Its prisoners were shipped from Korea as well as their pottery. Does this make these Koreans Israelites? Asian slaves shipped to Mexico, aka spiritual Israel. Hold on a second. Let me make this smaller. Asian slaves in colonial Mexico. So they could claim they're Israelites too because they came on ships. Let me see which other one do I have. Do I have another one? All right. All right. Let me say this and let me read something to everybody. This is something that's very important. All right. When you look at Black folks talking about slavery, right? Deuteronomy 28, they said Judah has been spread out through the entire earth and everything. So let's take a look at two groups. There's two specific groups I want to look at, right? When you had the Arab slave trade, you had the Indian Ocean routes from Zanzibar and Kilwa to Yemen, Basra, Oman, Persia, and as far as Gujarat. Saharan routes from West Africa to North Africa and the Middle East. The Red Sea routes from the Sudan and Ethiopia to Egypt, Arabia, and the Levant. All right. So now we have next to the, hold on, I'm on the wrong one. Let's get to this right here. So enslaved Africans served as domestic servants and eunuchs in royal courts. This is going on from the trans-Saharan slave trade and everything. But let's talk a little bit about after or during the time of the transatlantic slave trade. I'm gonna step away for a minute from that one. So we have two communities, all right? Because we have millions of descendants of African captives that live today from Iraq, Iran, Pakistan, and India. India is called the Siddi communities, S-I-D-D-I. Now, the name Siddi comes from the Arabic Sayyid, a respectful title used for African serving Muslim rulers or seafaring merchants. Habshi comes from Al-Habash, the Arabic term for Abyssinia, a general label for East African. Their ancestors were taken primarily from Mozambique, Tanzania, Kenya, and Ethiopia, shipped across the Indian Ocean via Zanzibar, Mombasa, and Sofala, bound for Oman, Basra, Iran, Baluchistan, and Gujarat. Merchants from Oman, Yemen, Persia, and later Portuguese India participated in this network. The Africans who arrived in these regions filled a range of roles often tied to their physical strength, loyalty, or seafaring skills. They're soldiers, bodyguards, domestic servants, and courtiers. Now, the formation of African-descended communities, East Africa to the Gulf, across the Arabian Sea to South Asia. In Pakistan, the community is known as the Sheedi, Sheedi, especially in Karachi, Makran Coast, and Sindhi. They celebrate the Sheedi Mela, honoring a saint named Mango Pir, combining African and Islamic traditions. In India, the population that survives is called the Siddhi, Siddi. In Gujarat and Masharat. Despite deep roots, these Afro-Asian groups have historically faced racial marginalization in the Gulf. Blackness is often still associated with servitude. In South Asia, cities are sometimes stereotyped or economically isolated. Yet they've built rich cultural identities blending African heritage, Islamic faith, and South Asian traditions. The city, drumming, dance, and spiritual rituals preserve fragments of East African Bantu culture. They've also contributed to local military sports and music. Genetic and historical continuity. Recent studies confirm that the cities, SIDDIS, in India have 70 to 80% East African genetic ancestry dating to about 300 to 500 years ago, matching the height of Indian Ocean slave trading. The Sheedi of Pakistan shows similar ancestry with admixture from Bantu East Africa and local Baluchi groups. Oral traditions in Oman, Iran, and Iraq preserve the memory of African forebears brought on dehoused Arab sailing ships as enslaved or indentured laborers. You want to say something, my brother? Sunchild, you want to say something?
Hey, what's up, Brother Garfield? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you loud and clear. What's on your mind?
Yeah, well, I've been kind of doing a little chat with ChatGPT on the subject of what you're talking about, and I hear a lot of people say that and question what is it about Black Americans that they want to place themselves into these ancient stories. So from that idea, I did a little study on people or modern people placing themselves in ancient stories, and it's really a ubiquitous thing. It's not just African Americans that tend to do it, perhaps more so than others, but it goes back even with the Greeks, the Romans. They all had, and it's called mythological ethnogenesis. Is a broad term for it, and then it breaks down in certain different segments based on identity and so on. But basically, that's what it's labeled, mythological ethnogenesis. You can find it in China, you can find it in India, Asia, in Europe. Even America was built on this idea of mythological ethnogenesis, where they placed themselves in the Bible as New Israel, going back to the 12 British tribes of Israel. And that was a real played a big part in the colonization of America, right? The state of Israel today is mythological ethnogenesis as well, right? And today you find the Rastafarians do it. The Muslims do it as well. They have sort of a mythological connection to the prophet, whether biologically or not, as a total group of Arabs, being the language has been sacralized, if you will. So and all of this plays so it's really ubiquitous and all around the world. And from ancient times to today, it comes up as almost as a science, something that you do to form social cohesion within a group, right? So and it's not just African Americans that do, and I found that very interesting, and that's what I wanted to share with you as a broader study on the subject. We can look at mythological ethnogenesis, and we can at least say, it's not just limited to Black American. It can be seen as limited to power and unity, again, in social cohesion. And I think that's a part of what we have to consider it as, without perhaps eliminating the mythological factor of it, and see it as somewhat useful in a movement. But anyway, I don't want to say I talk too much. I think I've said what I wanted to say. If I feel like saying more, then I'll add on, and I'll continue listening.
Yeah. What I found crazy about the city people, and thanks for that, my brother. I think Cedric has used that term on my timeline a lot. But anyway, the communities I mentioned earlier, the city in India, Siddi, and the Sheedi, Sheedi in Pakistan, and the Afro-descendant populations in Iran face segregation, discrimination, and systematic disadvantage in various ways. Let's look at a few. The city have been historically marginalized. They still regularly encounter caste, religion, and race-based discrimination, especially in areas farther from their homeland. They face economic marginalization. In Karnataka, in the city tribe has limited access to education, job opportunities, and resources. In schools, some city children report being singled out by teachers for their dark skin or curly hair. For example, at school, we were always bullied for our curly hair and dark color of our skin. The teachers made us sit separately away from the rest of the students. They are often physically and socially isolated. Many live in small forest edge or rural settlements away from mainstream urban society. So in India, the city, again, are segregated in practical terms and are mistreated. Mockery, discrimination, be treated as lesser because of dark skin attributed to African ancestry. They do have some rights via scheduled tribe status, which is a positive legal recognition, but many of the deeper social, economic, and cultural rights gaps remain substantial. Now let's look at another group, and then I'm done with this topic. The Pakistani Sheedi. The Sheedi are described as of African descent, living a secluded life marred by systematic discrimination in Pakistan. They report explicit skin color discrimination. For example, looking down upon the dark-skinned Sheedis with curly hair has sadly been normalized in Pakistani society. Representation in government and rights is weak. In 2018, the first Sheedi woman lawmaker was elected. This is 2018. She said the community had been held back by entrenched racism. The Sheedi do not appear to have a legal status similar to India's scheduled tribe recognition. Their right issues are more about discrimination, underrepresentation, stigma, rather than formal legal exclusion. So the Sheedi, yes, they face segregation, mistreatment, and there are gaps in rights. They are far from equal despite being citizens of Pakistan. The rights gap is more social, economic, cultural than always purely legal. In Iran, the last group, the Afro-Iranians, they're being segregated and discriminated against also. So these people descend from people who came on ships. And right now, they seem to be where African Americans were 50 or 60 or even 80 years ago. So if these people wanted to claim son, child, or savior, that they're the people from Deuteronomy 28, they could make the claim. So could the Japanese also, who were taken by the Portuguese, or the Asians who were taken to Mexico on ships. Anyone who has been mistreated. And by the way, to those Sheedi and city people who are dark-skinned and they're actually connected to Africa, it shows how deep that Islamic racism still exists even today, right now as we're speaking. So it's not that they're making Islam, not that Islam promotes slavery, but the people who are practicing it use Islam to promote it as being the religion of leadership and superiority. So all those who are not members of this religion should be enslaved and mistreated. That's the point I wanted to make. But anyway, anybody else want to say something? Or y'all good? Y'all good?
Yeah,
I'm good.
I just been sitting back listening, and what I'm hearing is some great information and some real truthful stuff, some factual historical stuff about our people and how these ideals got to where they were and how we gravitated towards them because of the message that was being pushed in the disparate situation that we happen to find ourselves in as a as a people. But at this point, do we have to accept their myth as our myth? Their mythological story of creation as our mythological story of creation and replace them? Because is that what we're doing? The great replacement theory in reverse?
Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about what people myth that they use because of colonization or whatever. I'm not even worried about that no more. They are responsible. I'm just more concerned about people lying to people and saying, "Hey, we are these people," and the information says otherwise. But let me address something with the wider real quickly while I have it on stage. I do want to make this clear to everybody. I want to say this carefully. Everybody is not in the area. I was at level 1, level 2, level 3. I'm at probably level 8 right now, but that don't make me better than somebody who's at level 1. All right. But I do want to address something about the map real quickly that I forgot. When Bowen wrote about Judah on his map, he wrote a new and accurate map of Negro land, 1747. He labels the coast Wida or Fida, called Judah by the French. If you notice, he's saying Judah, but he explicitly is telling us Judah is simply the French name for Wida. He gives zero biblical interpretation. So he's trying to tell us Judah was a foreign spelling, not an ethnic claim, not biblical Judah, not Israelites. Even in the margin commentary of the map, because those who study the wider, I mean, there's brothers and sisters out there that actually study the map. It says Fida or Wida, a large and populous kingdom, the principal mart on the slave coast. The people are governed by the king of Wida. The French call it Judah. So Bowen is attributing the name to Europeans, not Africans. He never calls the people Jews or Israelites. Now, if you notice this also, he says, he has a marginal note that says a kingdom formerly called Fida or Wida. He gives the geography, the trade routes, the slave coast ports, the name of the forts, and European factories. He never attributes it to any Hebrew origin. So he continues. Now, what he's saying is very important, and that people need to understand the historical context. Why does Judah appear on maps? Emmanuel Bowen inherited the spelling from earlier maps. D. Anvil, 1731, labeled it Judah or Wida. Delisle labeled it Fida or Judah. Portuguese charts use Fida or A Judah. French traders wrote Judah to mimic Oida. None of them claimed the people were Israelite. This was purely European phonetic evolution. From X-Wada to Hueda to Fida to Wida to Oida to Judah, never Yahuda. So when you look at what historians say, like Edna Bay or H.B. Capo, who is a linguistic specialist in the GBE language, H.B. Capo said the GBE word X-Wada has no relation whatsoever to Hebrew Yehuda. Edna Bay says Judah is the French form of Hueda, not a biblical reference. And Robin Law says Bowen's label Judah reflects European corruption of the native name X-Wada. So now we know Emmanuel Bowen wrote that Judah is simply the French name for Fida or Wida, not biblical Judah, not Israelites. He never claimed the people were Jews. It's a European spelling error, not a historical identity. All right, I think I'm done with Wida. I wanted to touch on something else. Jews in West Africa. Let me look at my notes. What am I going to go to next? All right, cool. So let's take a look at the Jews in West Africa. Let me get to that file real quickly. It's something that we need to pay attention to. All right. I think in the background, when we're looking at Jews and everything, we try to do our best to make sense out of all this information, right? And something that I don't know if Zion has done this. I don't want to put it on anybody. I don't know if Divine Prospect has done this, but I don't think the right arguments are being asked, right things are being asked. And I think where we fail is that we don't think outside the box when we're researching. Like, say, for example, I'm making a claim. I might not be 100% right, but I try to be as close to the truth as possible. So I put this post on Facebook. I want everybody to take a look at it right here. A lot of people are upset, but if it's a lie, just prove it's a lie. Let me take this down. Anytime you guys want to chime in, you could chime in, by the way. All right, let me see. We're not from Israel. There's also an Our Earth in Africa. So are you saying lies unstarted being told by Israelites? All right. So I made this post. This was a nice post. I said, let's be clear and historically responsible. Jews are one of the most well-documented peoples in pre-colonial and colonial history. We can trace Jewish communities in Spain, Morocco, Iraq, Yemen, Amsterdam, Curacao, Suriname, Jamaica, with synagogue records, cemeteries, rabbinic correspondence, legal disputes, and burial inscriptions. So if there had been large Jewish populations in West Africa prior to the transatlantic slave trade, we would expect the same kind of documentation. Yes, Jews are documented in West Africa, mainly from the 1500s onward. Portuguese Sephardic traders lived in parts of Senegal. Some Jewish merchants operated in Atlantic networks. In the 19th century, individuals like Mordecai Abi Seror entered Timbuktu as traders. But these were small commercial presences, not mass Israelite populations embedded across Mandinka, Wolof, Fulani, or Soninke societies. Now, here's the key issue. We do not find Jews documented as enslaved Africans on transatlantic slave ships. Slave ship logs identify captives by region and ethnicity. Mandinga, Mina, Igbo, Akan, Wolof, etc. They do not list Jew, Hebrew, or Israelite. We find Muslim captives who wrote Arabic manuscripts like Omar ibn Said. We do not find Hebrew manuscripts, Torah scrolls, Sabbath-keeping communities, or rabbinic appeals about enslaved Jews from West Africa. If significant Israelite communities had been enslaved, we would expect Hebrew literacy among captives, Jewish burial markers in the Americas, rabbinic correspondence about Jewish slaves, Caribbean Jewish congregations documenting African Jewish arrivals. That documentary trail does not exist. Jews were present in Atlantic trade networks, sometimes even involved in commerce tied to slavery. That is documented. But there is no historical evidence of Jewish populations from West Africa being transported as slaves in identifiable numbers. History is built on records, patterns, and continuity, not assumption. If the evidence were there, historians would document it. It simply isn't. A lot of people, when I posted this in the groups, they went crazy. They went haywire. But guess what? Let's look at the comments for a second. Who is in the comment section? Look at this right here. This is broadly correct. Who is this? Who is this guy? Tudor Parfit. He is the trailblazer for blacks and Jews in West Africa. He's a trailblazer. And this is not a guy who I actually, what do you call it? As a matter of fact, let me show you guys this. Should I even show you guys this? I don't even want to show you our conversation. Now, look at this right here. I made a post last year during Black History Month, and he basically asked me for a source on my timeline. I sent the source to him. He wasn't familiar with the conversation. So this was a guy who was in America, somebody who Truth Story and put me onto. And he asked me for a source on my timeline, and I sent it to him right here. So this is not a guy that, what do you call it? that we go back and forth. If I have a question, like I asked him about the Bani Israel, the Fulani, and all that stuff, I will inbox him and ask him. It's not somebody that we conversate all the time. It's not like a little one-time thing that Tudor Parfit, me and Tudor Parfit back and forth and all that stuff. He asks me questions, I respond, he responds. Now, he said it's broadly correct. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm saying to you, I don't have any evidence. If you have the evidence, I would love for you to bring it. So now my follow-up post, which I'm not going to show on the Facebook, I'm just going to read it out. What are some of the material evidence we would find if Jews had a population or communities all over West Africa? Because if you look at the evidence, right? Let's look at the evidence that they have of Jews in West Africa. We have a brother by the name of Orthodox Moore. He has a very he has a good studying style. We differ on a few little things here and there. But let's look at the Jews in West Africa on a whole. I'm gonna go through the whole file that I have and look at the claims. Because when you look at Jews in West Africa, nobody is saying there's no Jews there. All I'm saying is that the people who are documented as Jews are the most documented people I've ever seen in history. If you have a people that's more documented, please bring it out. But bear in mind, if you are a believer in it and take it as word for word as 100% truth, you're never going to find the truth. Because anything that goes against your belief, you're going to have a problem with it. So if you're searching for truth, how do you go about it? My post was just straightforward. Let's just say what is historically recoverable. That's all it is. It's not to say I'm bashing your belief or bashing what you hold to. It's about what is true in the eyes as far as the information is concerned. And what do you have that you can produce? All right. I'm going to get into some genetics later on. But I wanted to show, where is this thing at? Hold on. I wanted to show something on the screen. Let me see if I find it. Oh, yes, I did find it. I did find it. You want to say something, brother?
Yeah, Sunshine, if you don't mind, I'm not sure if you're going to change the subject. Just to add on, if I could, to what I spoke about mythological ethnogenesis, do you mind?
No, go ahead. Add on, bro.
Good. In the case of America, right, you know how we can say that America was built on Christianity, or some people say that and others disagree. In a way, it is, being that this mythological ethnogenesis of being the new Israel played a great role in what was called the manifest destiny, right? So this is what was used to move the heart and souls of the people in believing that their mission was divine, even though the founding fathers themselves may not have been Christian per se. They were deists or whatever. So in the spirit of America was certainly begun as a Christian nation. And also, I think it also speaks to the relationship between America and Israel. They both have a shared history in that way of mythological ethnogenesis. In America, it was from the Atlantic to the Pacific. In Israel, it's from the river to the sea, but they have a shared history in this. And I would also like to say, with regards to the FBA could be classified in what's called land-based ethnogenesis. If you feel some type of, as if you are indigenous to a land, and you find some type of sacredness in being on the land itself, and so on. And this also is ubiquitous throughout ancient cultures as well. Even with America, right, you can see the land-based ethnogenesis along with the myth. You see land-based in that America became a promised land to them and given to them as the children of Israel. So even America has that land-based ethnogenesis that the FBA are currently trying to claim as well.
Smart, very intelligent conversation. All right, so this is a screenshot from Tudor Parfit. I'd asked him about a claim about black Jews in Dahomey and they having temples and all that stuff. I said, have you ever found any evidence of that? He said no. My last question at the bottom, I said, have you found any evidence suggesting African Americans were Jews coming off the slave ships during the transatlantic slave trade? He said no. Here's another question now for Razib Khan. Quick question. Do you see connections with African Americans and ancient Israel based on your studies? Not really. Game over. I don't have to say no more. I'll leave that alone. I'm going to get off of that. Let me get back to what I'm reading. Jews in West Africa, what are some of the claims? They pretty much have a couple of records. You saw Zion brought out El Fatash. I'm saying that manuscript C is a forgery, and it's not seen in the other earlier manuscripts. It's probably an 18th, 19th century invention based off of our it was added on to the manuscript later on. Let me see. We do have some in the Arab sources, some mentions and so forth, but we don't have any communities, and we need communities to prove this. I don't doubt that Jews, remember years ago we used to fight in the Dagger Squad. Ain't no damn Jews in West Africa, till the information led us to change our position. We had to change it. I read Jews of Africa by what's her name? Edith Bruder. If you haven't read that book, shut the hell up. We have Jews in America and Africa by Tudor Parfit. So those are the two main books about the information about Jews. Now, if you find somebody in Tanzania in the last 50 years claiming that they're Jews, I don't care about those people. I don't care about their opinion. Those are those people trying to latch on to a tradition because it sounds cute. And of course, we saw the Ethiopians being airlifted by helicopters. So everybody want to be a Jew now. They want to get the hell out of Africa. I want to get away from where I'm at. I want to go to Israel. I'm chosen. So if you claiming you're chosen, then how is it beneficial? It's beneficial to the people in Africa if they do what they got to do. So now one of the things that I normally say is that Jews is one of the most documented people in history, and I say it with all due respect. I am saying these people are so documented. Almost everything that they've ever done, you can find it documented somewhere. So the last week I showed the Catalan Atlas with the Balearic Jews, the Jews from the Balearic Islands, and I showed it for a reason. And I made a bigger point by showing it, but I'm going to show it again and try to help out my people to understand why I'm using this as a source. Now, when we look at this right here, this is the Catalan Atlas. Of course, this is from the Getty Images or whatever. At the bottom, we see Mansa Musa. We see the Arabs. We see different kings and whatever legends. But what is the purpose of this document? The purpose of this document is to really document Jews where they are in the world as merchants, as commercial merchants, whatever. And the point is, they showed Mansa Musa in gold. Why are they showing this gold? Because they're trying to encourage everybody. Listen, there's some people over here, man. There's some Africans, and they got some gold, man. We got to get this gold. We got to get this popping. Shout out to Kwame. Thank you for teaching me about the Lankada Jews. Hey, and Mansa Musa is on the map. So he's on the map, and then he's telling them, hey, y'all need to go invest in West Africa. Y'all need to go see this place right here. Why? Because they got the gold. See, Mansa Musa is on the map with the gold. He's known worldwide. So now the Jews, and this is 1375. So if there was already Jewish communities there, why didn't they put them on the map? This is 1375. This is before colonial time period. Why didn't they put them on the map? These are Jews. Why are you encouraging people to come? Yo, y'all got to come here. This is why the Jews are hated, man, because they map all around the world and they go there, develop their own business, just like what Chinese people do in the black community now, and they pool their resources and do what they got to do. This is why they're hated and they're kicked out of all these places. 96% of all the countries in the world, Jews are. But black people, we see the Jews and we say we're supposed to be spread to the four corners of the earth, but the only people that's spreading is the damn Jews. They're the only ones that's spreading. There's no African descendant people that's spreading all over the world. No. Is these people Jews? And because some of them are lighter than us, or we don't like them, they're fake. I mean, come on. Let's keep it real. But at the end of the day, this was my point last week. You don't see on this map, this Majorcan or Balearic Island map, you don't see none of that. You don't see the Jews. You don't see them in West Africa. You see them all over the world. You see them in Asia. You see them in Europe. But you don't see them in Africa. Why is this? Why is this? We got to come up with something that makes absolutely sense so we could respond. I'm actually going to do a book, an e-book on Jews in West Africa. I don't know if I'm going to put out a physical book. So it's one of the books I'm working on within the next 2 to 3 years. I'm going to have a bulk of books coming out because all I do is take my notes and plug it into Chat GPT, and they see what my ideas are on the subjects and the scholarship. So they develop, then I tell them what I want to shape. I want to write how many chapters, and it tells me. Another thing too, I'm gonna go over some people right now with the Luso-Africans. Who were they, and what happened to them? This is very important, right? Because Jews slept with African kings' daughters. This was an economic move and a power move by the Jews that came out of Portugal or Spain. Because once you engage and marry a woman that's an African king's daughter, so the slaves and prisoners of war, you're not a middleman, the ultimate middleman. You got the hookup. You know, Master P said, I got the hookup. You got the hookup now to send these people off and make some money. Because the Jews are in Africa not to be friends with you, but to make money. Because even the ones who are in Senegal, those communities that were protected by the Muslims, they had a whole blade industry that they were selling. They were making mad money. So now the Luso-Africans is a mixture of Africans and Jews. So how could I go around? Their children are Jews. So how could I go around and say, hey, matter of fact, they weren't recognized as Jews first. They had to actually pass a law within rabbinical circles because the woman, remember, at this time, they were mainly going by you're a Jew based off the mother. So if the mother is African, you're not a Jew if you have a child with her. So they had to change rules and laws because of this. This is crazy. You have the Mali Timbuktu Jews that my brother talked about. You have the slave trade middleman, the Omar ibn Said. So the Luso-Africans, we definitely have a lot of records of them. We have a lot of records of them. What does the best evidence say about the Luso-Africans? Journal of African History. They're documented inside slave trade commerce in Upper Guinea. Not that they ultimately ran the slave trade, but they were definitely middlemen. Definitely. Let me see what else we have here. So we have Eldad the Danite in the 9th century. Let's look at all the sources regarding West Africa. Eldad the Danite, he's not a key witness to West Africa, but I think he had mentioned Ethiopia and Northern Africa. Al-Idrisi mentions Lamlam and Jews. The Idrisi Lamlam Jews passage is real enough to be discussed in academic literature on Judaized Berbers, but it's not the same thing as documenting a Jewish community with institutions. Let me see what else. We know about the communities. Peter Mark's book about the West African communities. He talked about the Lanzados, the Upper Guinea Coast slave trade account books. We have records of Jews having turning a house into synagogue. We have their names. We have them documented. We have them practicing Judaism mixed with African spirituality. We have the Africans adopting some of their Judaism too. We have all of that. How is it that this is so well documented, but Jews going on the slave ships, we can't find it? Everything with the Jews is documented. When they're being persecuted in their communities, when they're being beaten, when they're being killed, but we don't have them going on slave ships because they weren't on the slave ships as slaves. They were on the slave ships as owners or middlemen or even hitchhiking. We don't have that. So for somebody to make the claim that, hey, you know, the Jews, whatever. But anyway, let's go through some of these sources. We have the Upper Guinea Coast slave trade account books. We have the 2 public Jewish communities on Senegal's Petit Côte in Peter Mark's book. We have the Timbuktu Chronicles about the Bani Israel passage. We have the Tariq al-Sudan, the Tariq al-Fatash. We have Mordecai Abiseror. We have Ishmael Diadera Hadera. 19th century commerce documents compiled. We have Saharan Jewry as memory. So we have UMAR Boom, a peer-reviewed article. We have that's pretty much it. I mean, pretty much we have some people talking about Jews in West Africa. We're not saying there's no Jews in West Africa. We're just talking about communities. And when you talk about communities, there are certain things that you expect to see. In the Senegal Petit community, 2 documented Sephardic Jewish trading communities, Portuguese Jews operating openly as Jews, rabbinic correspondence with Amsterdam, protected locally from the Inquisition, engaged in Atlantic commerce. Now, this is key right here, because you know, for those who don't know, if you don't know, don't say nothing. Remember the Jews in Spain. What is the argument about the Jews in Spain and Portugal? They're Sephardic Jews. Some of these guys are saying those are the Jews and we are them. They're black, and I don't care what color they are. Right? Let's forget about color for a minute. Let's say they are black, like African American black. No problem to me. The issue here is they are doing what? What are they doing? They are connected to the Orthodox Jews and following a rabbinic tradition. They don't know nothing about no New Testament or believe in the New Testament. In fact, they speak ill of the New Testament. They are following a Talmudic tradition. They're not following the tradition of a Jew from back in the days, from before 500 BC. Now, this is be very, very careful now. Let me see what we have here. We have this right here. Ansa Musa. All right. So now, watch this now. So now we have Jews in Senegal, Peter Mark and Jose de Silva Horta, The Forgotten Diaspora. If you need a copy of that book, email me at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com. This is the only undisputed early Jewish community in West Africa. It proves Jews lived in West Africa. Jews were merchants. They interacted with African societies. All right. Now, Senegal, Gambia, Guinea, the Lanzados and Luso Africans between the 1500s and 1700s documented Portuguese traders, some Jews, new Christians, married African women, became Afro-European coastal elites, acted as trade intermediaries. Now, watch this, though. Let's be careful now. This is in West Africa, right? They're protected. The people in Spain is mad with the African leaders, the Muslims, because the Muslims offer protection like them as dhimmis, so they could practice Judaism openly. They couldn't do it in Spain and Portugal. So they were mad with them. They assimilated into African societies. Africans did not assimilate into Judaism. Key issue here. This is from the Journal of African History by Martin Newsom. All right. Now, in Upper Guinea Coast slave trade involvement, some new Christian Portuguese traders were involved. Jews not dominant, but they were involved. Trade involved many African and European actors, slaves supplied by diverse African groups. This is from Linda Newsom, Journal of African History. Now let's look at Mali and the Niger Bend claims now. Timbuktu, Leo Africanus. Leo Africanus explicitly state the rule of Timbuktu did not allow Jews to live there. This is 1526. I'm not too sure what he's talking about, but let's get into Tariq al-Sudan. He mentions Jews indirectly. No description of synagogues, Hebrew, Sabbath, or Jewish law. No population data. All right. Tariq al-Fatash, revised in the 1800s. It's highly contested. Claims often cited Bani Israel in Tinderma, 333 wells, Jewish leadership councils. Portions of it are considered forged or embellished. Go to Nehemiah Levinson. He gets into all of that. 19th century West Africa, Timbuktu, Mordecai Abiseror. All right. That's everybody's familiar with that guy. Ishmael Hadara collection documents 19th century Jewish commercial activity focused on individual traders. Does not claim ancient Israelite origins. Just for the record. Hey, and by the way, too, let's not forget that there were Jews in Timbuktu that's documented in 1588. They were kicked out. So that's a part of the history that's there. But those people are connected to the Sephardic Jews that moved there. Just for the record, so that we can be clear on the information that we're saying. All right. We have no information about Wolof Jews, Fulani Jews, Soninke Jews, Hebrew spoken as a native African language, African Sabbath-keeping Jewish societies, Gullah Geechee are Israelites. But bear in mind, we have no primary Jewish markers present. No Torah scroll, no Hebrew inscription, no Jewish law courts, no kosher system, no synagogue ruins, no Hebrew correspondence. All right. West Africa has documented Jewish merchants and small trading communities in the early modern and 19th century periods, but no evidence of ancient Israelite populations, Hebrew-speaking African societies, or mass Jewish assimilation into Wolof, Fulani, or Soninke peoples. All right. No, he talked about the Radhanite Jews, last week, and I kind of like, once he said the Radhanite Jews were in Mali, I knew where he was going to go. And then he suggested that the Jews in Mali may have migrated because of them being kicked out by whatever, Magali, whatever he said. But let's be honest now, all right? Because Garfield, I'm talking the third person for a second. I do have a source that shows that the people in Mali were protected at one point. Let me see if I find the actual source, because I actually have it here in my notes. The Qadi of Timbuktu, Mahmoud B. Umar Akit, he's Qadi is what you call a judge. So in 1496, Tinderma, there's some truth to that community right there at that point. But in 1588, it was destroyed. All right, for whatever reason. But this has nothing to do with what is written in the Fatash. This is a whole different time period. Because they're talking about 1402 and all that stuff. But the Qadi of Timbuktu, he didn't go with Magele's fatwa to destroy all the Jews and kill them and force them to convert. So when the guy, what's the guy named Leo Africanus is speaking, there's some stuff with his stuff. I'm not too 100% clear. If Sean is available, he could get into that. All right. All right. Let me get it. So the Radhanite Jews, people need to understand that we do know Ibn Qardabe does say he has limited information about sub-Saharan Africa. He never, I have the book right here, Arabic sources. There's nothing in the record that says he was in West Africa. It does talk about Islamic lands, the Byzantium, the Western Europe, Central Asia, possibly India and China. They are famous. Why they are famous? Because they spoke multiple languages, created across religious boundaries, and function in long-distance luxury trade networks. So we don't have any answer of any primary sources placing Radhanite Jews in West Africa. I would love for my brother Zion to present that. That would add to my studies. I don't mind being corrected or added on to. All right. The early primary description, Ibn Qardadah in the 9th century described trade routes from France and Spain across the Mediterranean through the Middle East to India and China. It does not mention the Ghana Empire, Mali, Timbuktu, Walata, Niger Ben, or Senegambia. There's no medieval Arabic sources explicitly saying Radhanite Jews were trading in West Africa. So we don't have no records of that. Okay. All right. All right. So here we go. All right. Another claim that I hear a lot is that a lot of the Jews were converted. I'm going to put a source on the screen right now. This is from Jewish Virtual Library. Let me screenshot this real quickly so that y'all could see it. This is ancient Jewish history legislation affecting the Jews. So this is some good documentation here. This is not the end all be all. Fact check everything that they do, because they do put up stuff that you can't fact check. All right, but this is actually well documented. I am hoping it's true. So laws of undivided empire. Let me make this bigger so the people who at home are watching their TV can't strain their eyes to see what's going on here. The compilation which follows is from the appendices of James Parks, The Conflict of the Church and the Synagogue, a study in the origins of anti-Semitism. The reference CT refers to the Code Theodosius, refers to the Corpus Julia, Both these codes compile earlier laws, and it's from the text of these compilations that the early legal history can be established. On converts to Judaism and to Christianity, with certain exceptions, Jews are to be called to the Decanite. On the relation of Jews to the Decanite, Let me see. Most Jews converted to Christianity. All right, let me see here. On the relation of Jews to the Decanite, intestability for apostates to Judaism, intermarriage between Jews and Christians, Jews' right of excommunication, Jews may only marry according to Christian table of affinity, laws of the western provinces of the empire, exclusion of Jews from military and court functions. All right, okay. Let me see. I'm trying to see if there's any conversions going on here. Okay. Jews not to possess Christian slaves, convert to Christianity not to be molested, circumcised slaves, purchase, possession, and circumcision of non-Jewish slaves. All right, so this is regarding Judaism and Christianity. All right, Council of the Visigoths. Let's see what they got. Jews not to work on Sunday. Jews not to be compelled to be baptized. Children of Jews to be brought up by Christians. All right, so this is just basically Christians and nothing to see here. All right. Now, a lot of argument has been made about Jews and Islam and conversions or whatever. Jews did convert to Islam across North Africa from the 7th century onward. We don't really have any documentation within West Africa, but we do have within North Africa. So I got to be honest to the conversation. Under Islamic rule, Jews lived as dhimmis, protected but subordinate. Some Jews converted to Islam over time, voluntarily or under pressure. Well documented in the North African context. So we have Tuat, Sijimasa, Tlemcen, Wadi Nun. These are North African Saharan towns. Trans-Saharan trade routes linking those towns to the Western Sudan. In some Saharan regions, Jewish communities were pressured to convert. The 1492 Al-Maghali campaigns targeted Jews in Saharan towns. Conversions happened but primarily in Sahara and North African areas, not documented deep in Mali or Senegambia. There is no clear evidence of established Jewish communities converting in mass in West Africa. What we do have are Saharan Jews converting under pressure in border zones. In Omar Bohm, he does some good documentation of Muslim descendants of Jews in Moroccan Saharan contexts. Some Jewish families did convert to Islam. How many and how much, we don't know. So now that's the argument now. They want to say, oh, well, they converted and that's all that. But there wasn't that much in West Africa at all. Now, let me bring up this source right here real quickly so that we could entertain this conversation some more. Let me see if I have this right here. Telling y'all, I'm going into the Jews in West Africa today. I got some sources for y'all, man. I tell you, I got some sources. John Hunwick. This is Timbuktu on the Songhai. On the 613 other contemporary documents. All right. So the king is an inveterate enemy of the Jews. He does not wish any to live in his town. If you hear that a barber merchant frequent them or does business with them, he confiscates his goods. In Timor, there are numerous judges, scholars that are all well paid by the king, who greatly All right, let's get to this. Jews of the Saharan Oasis. So the elimination of the communities. All right, so Timbuktu is right there. And by the way, too, I heard they talk about Timbuktu and the Hebrew manuscripts. There's not that many Hebrew manuscripts. I think 99.9% of the manuscripts are in Arabic or African languages. The Hebrew manuscript is not even have nothing. I don't think it have anything to do with the Torah. It's just something that's written in Hebrew. It's very minute point to make about the Timbuktu manuscripts. You got to show me these manuscripts that are written in Hebrew. I would love to see the majority of them. I heard Hashar say that one time too. We gotta see those. We gotta see those, ladies and gentlemen. We can't just believe these stuff here and then just run through it. The persecution of Jews in Castile, Aragon, and the Balearic Islands in 1391 led to a considerable exodus towards North Africa. Look at this. Tlemcen's Jewish community was reconstituted by the Toledan rabbi Ephraim Alin Kaua, who obtained permission to bring Jews of the surrounding countryside into the city and to build a synagogue for them in the 15th century. Tlemcen was considered a major Jewish spiritual center, the Jerusalem of the West. Its Jewish community prospered spiritually under the inspiration of rabbis of Iberian origin. Very interesting. You know, I had a conversation with Jonathan Short, right? The Jewish element of Tlemcen's population was relatively large. Leo-Africans estimated Jews at about 4% of the city's population. Muslim Jews, they apparently had mixed feelings about this community and its conduct as well as we see. The Qadi, Muhammad al-Uqbani, strongly condemned the conduct of Jews who he said dressed like Muslims and went out on trading journeys in the company of Muslim riding horses. He also condemned the Muslims who worked with them and were apparently prepared to risk their lives for their Jewish clients. You see, one of the reasons why people said Jews really weren't in West Africa, because what happened is the people who were on the caravans were mainly Muslims, and Muslims like to control the monies. And then what happened is Jews couldn't travel at one point. They had to get permission from the rabbinic folks in Babylon that they could travel on the Sabbath, because it took 3 months to get from Northern Africa into West Africa. So that's what happened. And in most of these caravans, the caravan trade, remember the book trade and all these type of trades, Jews might be involved monetary wise, but they might not literally travel. So they had converted Berbers who went there and X, Y, and Z. And what happened is the Muslims really didn't go below the Sahara. The trade didn't go below the Sahara at one point. So Jews going below the Sahara didn't make sense at one point. And they weren't, if they're not protected, they wouldn't go into Africa anyway. So if the Muslims weren't going, then they wouldn't go. You know what I'm saying? But hey, if you want to believe that they went in a large area, whatever, the Jewish community of Tlemcen in the 15th century was relatively large. including immigrants from Spain who, like Muslims, had quitted their home cities when overtaken by Christians pushing down from the north of Spain. All right, okay, that's we already read that already. Magali treaty on the Jews. Kill them, rise up and kill the Jews. Yep. That's what he said. All right. Let's look at this right here. Leo Africanos. Formerly, the Jews had 10 large synagogues, which were not even sufficient for them. But after the death of the king, in the year of grace 1570, their number and their means were diminished. Nowadays, they still hold the most beautiful road in Tlemcen. All right, let's get this right here. What's this? Spanish Christians. Well, what y'all Spanish Christians doing? Anybody want to jump on and join the conversation? I told y'all I'm gonna walk right through this. I'm gonna walk right through this Jews in West Africa stuff. Boom, 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 boom. Although Jews were banned from the Sangha Empire on the advice of Al-Maghali, some evidently got there, and as Munga Park explored Western Africa in the late 18th century, he was told by an Arab he met near Walata that there were many Jews at Timbuktu, but they all spoke Arabic and used the same prayers as the Moors. In the 19th century, more Jews came from North Africa to Timbuktu for commerce, and some documents of theirs in Arabic, but many with a Hebrew remark at the beginning still exist in Timbuktu. Most accessible in the center of documentation, Ahmad Baba set up in 1973. Morocco had become a refuge for Jews degraded in other areas of North Africa, including Tlemcen or southwestern Europe. Hence, many Jews continue to survive despite their evident unpopularity in what is now Algeria. Although many Moroccan Jews moved to Israel after 1948, some still return to the Moroccan home. All right, cool. All right, let's get to let's continue with the West African talk. So pretty much the master list of Jews in West Africa, we have Leo Africanus, we have the Radhanite source about Mali in the 8th century, which we know is not correct. Tariq al-Sudan, Tariq al-Fatash, which is a forgery, manuscript C, not Tariq al-Fatash, but the manuscript C is a forgery, considered a forgery. Tinderma, Bani Israel army of 1500. I don't know about that. That's a part of the manuscript C stuff. Mordecai Abishar, we have confirmation. Hadara made some claims. Synagogue in Timbuktu in 1860. 1,000 Jewish descendants in Mali today. Walata, Jews live there. Senegal, Gambia, we have information. Senegal communities, Lankado, Luso Africans, Upper Guinea Coast. Jews were middlemen controlling the slave trade. We have Anglo Jews in Sierra Leone in the 1700s, synagogues, Lam, Ali Idrisi. No Jewish Tara David was found. Congo Jews, Longa Jews prove Israelite were there. Nothing about Luanga Jews going on any slave ships. Radhanite Jews, we don't have a primary saying that they were in West and Central Africa. That's it. That's pretty much most of the stuff, and it's sad because if you think about it, right, and I want everybody to pay attention to this part. This is very important. This is very important. If you look at the Jews from a physically archaeological evidence perspective, what would you find if they were communities? You do find synagogues in Algeria. They had up to 10. You don't find that in West and Central Africa in that time period. There's something called the Torah arcs and prayer buildings. You have the Bema platforms, the Geniza deposits that we find all over, Hebrew inscriptions on stone, wood, or metal. Jewish tombstones with Hebrew epitaphs, distinctive Jewish cemetery layouts, Hebrew dates, Jewish ritual bath, the mikvah. The fragments of Torah scrolls are parchment. Tefillin fragments are straps. Mezuzah cases are parchment fragments. 7-branch menorah imagery in ritual context. Shofar remains. Kosher slaughter tools with halakhic design markers. Do we find, as far as textual or documentary evidence, Hebrew language manuscripts written locally? Responsa letters mentioned in West African towns. Community pinkasim, record books, marriage contracts from West African communities, Hebrew business contracts, letters in Judeo-Arabic or Judeo-Spain from West African settlements, Jewish court records, references in Cairo Geniza documents naming West African towns. I showed the book last week, Letters of Medieval Jewish Traders. We don't have anyone that's referring, none of those letters are referring to any towns in West Africa. Don't mean there weren't Jews there. There just weren't any large communities or any communities in general that we could point to outside of the Senegal communities in the 1600s, I'm sorry. Rabbinic travel documents, accounts describing West African congregations. European Jewish communal records mentioning African congregants. Organized Sabbath observance infrastructure. Kosher butchery system supervised by a rabbi. Jewish marriage patterns distinct from surrounding populations. Life cycle rituals documented in Hebrew. Hebrew literacy across multiple generations. Distinct Jewish naming patterns preserved over time. Tax records listing Jews as a protected minority category. Evidence of communal charity structures. Jewish educational institutions. Passover matzah production evidence tied to halakhic requirements. As far as the Atlantic world continuity, if enslaved communities existed, we would see slave ship logs identifying Jewish captives, Hebrew manuscripts brought by enslaved Africans, Jewish burial markers in early Caribbean slave cemeteries, rabbinic appeals concerning enslaved Jews from Africa, Caribbean Jewish congregations documenting arrivals of African co-religious. Why does it matter, all this information that I'm saying? When Jewish communities existed elsewhere in Africa, in Morocco, Egypt, Ethiopia, what do we find? Hebrew inscriptions, cemeteries, legal documents, architectural remains, clear documentary trails. So if you're saying they left from North Africa and went into West Africa, there's no continuity of that societal Jewish communities at all being passed down. It's gone. We don't see it in West Africa proper. Senegal, Mali, Niger, Guinea, etc. We do not have this kind of institutional footprint for any pre-modern Jewish population. This absent, it don't mean that there's no Jews in West Africa. Let me just say that clearly. But as far as having communities prior to colonialism, it argues, what I'm arguing against is this large structured Torah-observing Jewish society existing there over centuries. I don't see it. I don't care what this weirdo in the audience says. This Akan weirdo. I don't even know if he's Akan. You know what I'm saying? But what I do want to point out, though, would we agree, to the audience, do we agree Brother Garfield is so thorough. Listen, Amateur Scholar, shout out to you. That weed is good. All right. So now watch this, family. Watch this. Watch this. In Morocco, we have Jewish communities. You have Sijil Masia, you have Fez, you have Marrakesh, you have what's the other one called? I forgot what it's called. In Egypt, we have the medieval traders, letters of medieval Jewish traders in Egypt. In Ethiopia, better Israel, we have them in Yemen. We have them also in Amsterdam and the Caribbean, Curacao and Suriname to be exact. And then now what you would do, family, I'm giving y'all a methodology. Compare that to West Africa between 600, the Common Era, and 1900 and see what you find. Within Mali, Senegal, the Niger, Guinea. Let's compare it. Let's compare it and see what happens. In Morocco, you have synagogues. You have Hebrew tombstones with dates. You have rabbinic courts, Bet Din records, Pinkasim, community registers, Judeo-Arabic manuscripts, response literature naming Moroccan towns, mikvahit, Jewish quarters, which is mellas, we found out in Egypt in the 3rd century BC, Geniza-style manuscript deposits. Full institutional footprint. So Jews were in Morocco. There's no arguments about that. In fact, that's one of the main places Portuguese and Spanish Jews went when they left Europe. In Egypt, what do we find? Hundreds of thousands of Hebrew and Judeo-Arabic fragments, business contracts, marriage contracts, letters between African and Mediterranean Jewish communities, rabbinic rulings, trade documents. Bruh, this is Egypt, right? What do we find in Yemen? Hebrew manuscripts, synagogues, marriage contracts, community leadership response from Babylon, reference to the Yemeni Jews. Oh man, we see something consistent with Jewish communities in North Africa. Why we don't see the same in West Africa? Let's go to Amsterdam, Caribbean. We have synagogue buildings still standing today. We have burial grounds with Hebrew inscriptions. We have Pinkasim. We have communal tax records, rabbinic oversight, Atlantic trade correspondence. Now compare that to West Africa between 600 and 1900. We don't have no synagogue ruins. We don't have no Hebrew tombstones, no Torah fragments, no Geniza document deposits, no rabbinic response mentioning those towns, Jewish court records, ketubot from local communities, Hebrew inscriptions tied to settlements. What do we really have? We have in the 16th to the 17th century a Sephardic trading community in coastal Senegal. In 19th century Moroccan Jewish merchant in Timbuktu. We have Tariq al-Fatash with some contested writings that's not in manuscript A and manuscript B. That's a massive difference in documentation. Why does this matter, family? Jewish communities are historically paper-heavy civilizations. Legalism, marriage contracts, response to correspondence, burial inscriptions, religious texts. Where Jews lived continuously for centuries, they leave archives. If there's any Jewish community or large population that existed in medieval Mali or among the Wolof, the Soninke, the Fulani societies, we would expect at least some of that institutional footprint. We do not see it. It's not about being emotional or whatever. It's all about the methodology that you're using and I'm trying to bring to the community. When historians, what historians compare is this. They have known Jewish regions. Remember, I showed the map. I showed the map right here. I showed the map. Why I showed the map? I showed the map because the Jews documented where they were. Where they were. Where they were, family. So now, known Jewish regions, you look at the material culture that exists and still remain that you could prove, textual density versus claimed Jewish regions and material silence. So now you have material evidence, you have textual density versus material silence. But again, silence don't prove impossibility, but sustained silence across 1,000 years is historically significant. So I'm saying from the year 600 to 1900, we have documentation of Jews in West Africa, but prior to colonialism, we hardly have anything to show. And what we can prove, again, those communities in Senegal, Upper Guinea, we have some other Jews documented elsewhere, little here, little this, little that. Well, bro, these people didn't have no communities there, man. Come on, man. Let's stop playing games. Let's stop playing games. If you put a chart up and look at Morocco, Egypt, and Yemen versus Mali, Senegal, and the Niger Bend, you have any synagogue buildings? None documented the pre-colonial. Hebrew tombstones, you have thousands in Morocco, Egypt, and Yemen. In West Africa, none documented. Hebrew inscriptions, you find it in Morocco, Egypt, Yemen? Yes. None found in West Africa. Marriage contracts, we have them preserved. None found in Mali, Senegal, or the Niger Bend. Rabbinic court records, yes, in Morocco, Egypt, Yemen. In West Africa, none found. Responsa mentioned in towns, yes. None mentioned in medieval Mali. Geniza document deposits, yes, in Cairo, Geniza. None in West Africa. Jewish quarters, the Mela system, yes, in Morocco. None in West Africa. Ritual baths, yes, in Morocco. None in West Africa. Torah scroll fragments, yes, in Morocco, Egypt, and Yemen. None in West Africa. Torah scroll fragments, yes. Hebrew literacy, yes. Community tax records, yes. Cemetery sites, numerous. Distinct naming patterns preserved. In West and Central Africa, none. We could play a game because of what we like, but we got to be honest with the records. We got to be honest with the records. What West Africans have, again, we have 16th and 17th century Sephardic trading communities, the Senegal coast. We have stuff in Upper Guinea. We have Muslims who are protecting them, giving them dhimmi status. 19th century we have individual Jewish merchants. The guy by the name of Sirar from Morocco was in Timbuktu. That's documented. Then we have chronicle references to Tariq al-Sudan, Tariq al-Fatash. The manuscript C is contested. We have a commercial footprint in West Africa, not a civilization with a Jewish institutional footprint. That's what we have. And I need to make that clear. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Anybody want to jump on and join the conversation? I got a long way to go. I got 20 minutes before 2 o'clock. That's crazy. It's 2 hours. Let's get it some more. One of the arguments I hear a lot of people make is that DNA cannot prove biblical Israelites, and they are absolutely right. No one has Moses' DNA. No one has Jacob's DNA. No one has Aaron's DNA. So DNA cannot prove you descend from Moses. You're a biblical Israelite in the covenantal sense. Anyway, what genetics do is this, right? They can identify sheer ancestry patterns. And let me repeat that. They identify shared ancestry patterns. They show population clustering. They detect continuity within communities. For example, many Jewish populations, whether it's Ashkenazi, Sephardi, or Mizrahi, share overlapping Middle Eastern ancestry signals. The Cohen model haplotype reflects a shared paternal lineage common among many self-identified priestly families. But that does not prove descent from Aaron personally. It shows shared ancestry within a historical population. DNA is about population genetics, not covenant theology. So yes, DNA cannot prove Israelite status in a biblical sense. Now, just for the record, just to let everybody know. All right. And I think when a lot of people argue on Facebook, they argue from a belief perspective, not thinking about it from a worldly perspective, from an anthropological or archaeological perspective. Now, one of the arguments they make is Israelites were scattered everywhere. Now, here's where methodology matters. When somebody argues like that from possibility, Israelites could have gone south, they intermarried, they were scattered. That's logically possible. But what historians work from is archaeology, texts, material culture, institutional continuity. Not from it could have happened. It's possible. That's when I'm a Christian. That's possible. For example, Jews did scatter widely. We can document Jews in Spain, Morocco, Iraq, Yemen, India, Ethiopia, Amsterdam, Curacao. And in every one of those places, we find synagogues, burial inscriptions, marriage contracts, Hebrew manuscripts, rabbinic correspondence. That's the difference. West Africa proper, Mali, Niger, Benin, Interior, Senegambia, does not show that institutional footprint before early modern trade contacts. That doesn't mean zero individual Israelites ever passed through. It means there's no documented community level continuity. All right? All right. Let me see. All right, let's say we use 1000 BC as a marker, right, for West and Central Africa and Israelites. Can we be honest for a second and say to ourselves, did Israelites exist in West Africa 1000 BC? Would anybody agree with that? I don't think anybody would agree with that. But I can be wrong. I can be wrong. I want to point out something real carefully before I make this next point. Go to this. I'm going to take this off. Let's go right here. All right. Now, when anybody in West Africa point out that they are Israelites, right? We have to look at the formation and the practice of the things within the Torah. I'm strictly talking Torah now, right? Did a Torah exist? Because some of these people are claiming that they're from the northern tribe. They don't normally claim Judah. So what happened is the northern tribes were taken, some of the northern tribes, about 10% were taken, or probably even less than that, were taken from the northern areas of Israel, right? Do we have any evidence these rituals claim to be Israelite being practiced before leaving Israel? Sabbath, 7-day week, Day of Atonement, Passover, unleavened bread, Feast of Tabernacles, First Fruit, Feast of Trumpets, Pentecost. According to this book, let me see if I find the book. Where is the book at? The Origins of Judaism. It's hard to come to a conclusion. So when you look at some of the things that's written in the Torah, you don't find evidence of them practicing it probably until like later after, like the 3rd century, 2nd century BC. And it's amazing, through archaeology and anthropology and history, Jonathan Adler wrote a beautiful book, The Origins of Judaism, that goes into this. The dietary laws. Prior to the 2nd century BC, there exists no surviving evidence, whether textual or archaeological, which suggests Judeans adhered to a set of food prohibitions or to a body of dietary restrictions of any kind. The only evidence which suggests that a food taboo of any sort was practiced in earlier times is an etiological tale in Genesis. Very interesting. The archaeological record does suggest that pork did not play a significant role in Judeans' diets from the Iron Age onward. From an archaeological perspective alone, there is no compelling reason to think that this was due to some sort of taboo. The presence of substantial quantities of scaleless fish remains in archaeological levels dating from the Iron Age to the Persian period at Jerusalem, and at sites throughout Judea suggest that during these periods, Judeans were not practicing avoidance of fish species that came to be prohibited in the Pentateuch. The significant conclusion we may draw from all that we have seen is this chapter is that it is only from the Hasmonean period onward that we may claim to know of Judeans adhering to a set of dietary what? Restrictions of any kind. So when people argue, like my brother, not the Akan crazy guy, Gideon, saying that Jews practice this in West Africa. And it's sad. It's sad. It's really sad, family. It's really sad. And I want to make it clear to everybody. The Jews, if the people who you say you're following didn't practice the law at a certain time period, how are you now coming to tell us that they are practicing? This is for Zion, Divine, all the great minds in the Judea, Ron Dalton, and who's just a damn charlatan. If the Judaism, you don't want to call it, you want to say you follow Israelite religion, but if the people in Israel aren't practicing it at any time, don't say they go against the law, because the book wasn't compiled yet. And even if some of it existed, the masses of people didn't know about it. So you can't say we left as Israelites and you see the Israelite presence in America by what you see in the Torah, because they didn't know the Torah, because the Torah didn't exist yet. This is where everybody goes wrong. If the people aren't practicing the religion, how are you saying that these people descend from the people who were practicing it in the beginning? They weren't practicing it. So none of this stuff that you are saying, oh, we need to do circumcision, Prior to the 2nd century BC, I know of no evidence outside the Pentateuch for the notion of circumcision as fulfillment of a divine commandment. So how could the people who leave be saying, yo, these people got circumcised in Africa because they were practicing Judaism? They didn't even have a Torah to follow at the time when they left. This is nuts. Sabbath, the upshot of this entire is that starting at the earliest in the mid-2nd century BC, a plethora of evidence begins to emerge attesting to the Sabbath prohibitions being widely observed. In fact, in Elephantine papyri that people like to talk about, they didn't even know about the Sabbath. They actually was going to, they said, if you don't come to work on the Sabbath, that means the Sabbath had a whole different meaning. I don't understand this. How are you arguing from an African perspective, right? So you are big time African, and you're saying, yo, we do Sabbath because of this our ancestors. Well, the ancestors weren't doing it at that time when the people left. So how you're saying you're following it? No, you learned the Bible later, and then now you start saying, hey, I got this from them. That's what happened. That's how you kill the argument. So you see all these Africans, my Africans who I love so much, how could you be practicing a religion when the fact is the book didn't exist? There's no cohesion for you to follow. Come on, man, stop it. The earliest evidence for widespread observance of the Passover and the festival is found in the accounts provided by Josephus. Wow. Ah, man, this is sad. How you practicing a religion that ain't yours, then you're trying to say it's yours? How we do that? Where we do that at? Where we do that at? What are we doing? All right, let's move on to another point. So the reason why I brought that out is because I wanted to track the areas where the slaves were taken from, right? I want to track the areas where the slaves were taken from. And let's put it on the screen so everybody could be on the same page. Anyone can come on stage and challenge me. I don't mind being wrong as long as you're being respectful. So when my brother Zion says they're in West Africa and these people say that they come from Israel, we're going to get into the oral tradition. And as a matter of fact, is this right here? I think this is right here. Does this have the oral tradition? I think it does. Does it? All right, let's put this on the screen real quickly so I could walk this through. I don't want to rush the information because I'm not going to talk. I'm just saying I don't see enough information to hold to a strong population of Jews in West and Central Africa. You saw Tudor Parfit on my timeline saying this is broadly correct. And what does he mean by that? There's no reason to disagree with what I'm saying. I laid it out. I put a methodology, I put up scholarly information for anybody to do their own research. You only say it because it's add to your belief. If we're going to do history, we're going to do history. If we're going to do theology, we're going to do theology. We got to stop the games. All right, let's look at this. All right. So this is from this book. David M. Goldenberg, Black Enslaved, The Origins and History of the Curse of Ham. Several West African traditions indicate a genealogical connection between Black Africans and the ancient Canaanites. Mohammed Bello, scholar and second Sultan of Sokoto, wrote a history of the Yoruba in 1812. He included this account of Yoruba origins. The people of the land of Yoruba are from the remnants of the people of the Banu Canaan, who were the tribe of Nimrod. The reason for their dwelling in the West, based upon what had been narrated, is that Yorub ibn Qatan drove them out from Iraq towards the West. They then journeyed between the lands of Egypt and Abyssinia until they reached the lands presently known as Yoruba. In every land in which they passed, they left behind a group of their people in the land. It is said that the indigenous blacks who reside in the mountains in this region is from them. Likewise, are the people of the Aru from them. The explorer Hugh Clapperton visited Bello in Sokoto and copied large parts of Bello's work, which he later published. The story of Yoruba origins corresponds to what Bello wrote, except that Clapperton has the Canaanites originating not from Iraq, but from Arabia. Why? Another traditional history has the Yoruba coming from where? Medina. Still others put their origin in where? In Mecca. Another West African source, the Kano Chronicle, details the history of the Hausa people of northern Nigeria, whose origin it claims lie in two migrations, one from Iraq and one from Canaan. What are we to do? Yoruba, you come from Medina, you come from Mecca, you come from Arabia, you come from Iraq, you come from Canaan, you come from... Where did you not come from? This is craziness. So look what Robin Law said. Older scholarship accepted the historicity of these migration stories. The consensus of scholarship today, however, does not. Robin Law and others have concluded that the Yoruba stories are legendary. The more general view nowadays, at least among academic historians, is that these traditions of migration from the Middle East are to be explained by the expansion of the influence of Islam in sub-Saharan Africa. In relatively recent times, the concern of African peoples to claim origins from Islamic world reflects no more than a desire to relate themselves to what was seen as what? A prestigious world civilization. What did the brother that said on my panel earlier? What did he say? What did Sunchild say earlier? What's that term, brother? What's the name of that term he said?
Mythological ethnogenesis.
Mythological ethnogenesis. Mythological ethnogenesis. So you're seeing what they're doing. I spoke about it earlier. I wanted to show you the source so y'all could see for yourselves. Garfield ain't playing no games. I ain't fake with it. Now look at what it says further on. Similarly, Murray last wrote of the Hausa accounts in the Kano Chronicle that they are almost wholly legendary, reflecting 16th or 17th century anachronisms. Now, the Tariq al-Sudan is written when? 17th century. Tariq al-Fatash is written when? 17th century. An indication of the Islamic influence is the adoption of various Muslim traditions and personalities in these stories of origins. As Law has shown, these traditions and personalities were adopted even to fashion stories that legitimate opposition to Islam. Remember when Zion said that the Al-Fatash spoke about the Zua Aleman? Now, Rudolph Windsor made that up, though. He made up that whole thing about the Al-Zaman being a Jew. He wasn't a Jew. In the earliest sources, because that's going to be my book on Jews in West Africa. In the earliest sources, ladies and gentlemen, it don't say Jew. He made it up. Boy, we need help, yo. We need help. My brother in the audience from the Akan, wannabe Akan guy. The claim of origins in the East goes beyond the Yoruba and Hausa. Law mentions the kings of Ghana who claim descent from the Caliph Ali, the son-in-law and fourth successor of Muhammad. The founder of the first royal dynasty in Songhai, believed to be of Yemeni origin. The royal dynasty in Mali, which claimed descent from two companions of Muhammad, and the royal dynasty in Borno, which claimed descent from Saif ibn Di Yazan, who, although living before the time of Muhammad, can be thought of as a proto-Islamic hero, as a defender of Mecca against Christian imperialism. The Saharan Kunta people trace their descent to Uqba ibn Nafi, the commander of the Muslim conquest of the Maghreb in North Africa. So too the Berbers, who claim a Canaanite or Yemenite ancestry. The genealogical claim made by virtually every significant Arabic and Berber-speaking noble group in the Sahel invoked an Arab-Muslim origin. And more, Murray last writes to me, in the 1960s, my professor and I did a survey and an account of all the peoples in West Africa for whom there were traditions, of all the people that claimed a Middle Eastern origin, and when we reach 43, we call it a day. More such stories are coming up almost every year. So for those who want to jump out the window and say, hey, this source says this, ask for the evidence. You see, that's what I did when I said, if you look at Morocco, you see they have the evidence. And this is where we know where Jewish communities lived, in Egypt, Morocco, in Yemen. What evidence do we have of those communities prior to Islam? What evidence do we have in West Africa? Zilch. We have no material evidence. So somebody writing and saying in the 17th century, oh, well, this guy did this. you can't use that alone as a reference. You need material culture to back you up. So this is the argument now with Zion now and me, right? We're going to have a friendly debate. I'm a shadow box for a minute, right? Zion says, yes, there were Jews there prior to colonialism. Garfield says, I have not seen any evidence. He pulls out a source in the 17th century saying X, Y, and Z. I now pull out Marius Faris, who is studying the Mali kingdom from the 11th century and the 16th. And guess what? It contradicts their rulership and their kings list. What more do I, which source should I use? Should I use Tariq al-Fatash and Tariq al-Sudan? Or should I use the indigenous people writing between the 11th century and the 16th century? You choose, but let's go with the material evidence and the sources and see what they write. Why the king's list different? Why the information is different? Ask yourself, who has a reason to do that and change up people's tradition? Them fake ass Arabs. So if you want, so this guy in the audience, he's a sucker for the Arabs. I could tell. But anyway, I'm going to get to him in a minute. The explanation given for these genealogies that they reflect the inhabitants' desire to relate themselves to what was seen as a prestigious world civilization. Makes sense for the genealogies that are traced to Muslim or proto-Muslim heroes. But how can they explain the traditions that consider the ancient ancestor to have been Canaan, who is not considered to be the forefather of the Muslim Arabs? The Arabs trace their genealogy to Shem, not Canaan. The answer seems to lie in the common Muslim tradition examined above, which goes back to the 7th century, that Canaan was the ancestor of the Cushites and other dark-skinned African peoples. It does not seem unreasonable to conclude that this tradition influenced some of the inhabitants of West Africa as Islam moved westward into the continent. All right, so I'm done with that. Let me get to what I was going to bring out originally. Boom, 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 boom. Let me get to my debate slides with what's his name? What's that brother's name? Gorilla Hebrew. Let me get to that slide right here. All right, so we're talking about African Americans, and we're talking about archaeology and where they come from. Right, so let's take a look at this. This is where the slaves come from. Let's take a look at this, and we're gonna have a reasonable conversation. All right, so let me take this off the screen. All right, where most slaves come from. All right, Senegambia, West Central Africa. This is the areas that they come from. All right, and of course, the Ghana today is not the Ghana of the past. All right, the Mali Kingdom and whatever. All right, I hope everybody who's watching knows that, so I don't have to explain that. All right, let's take a look at this now. So now, in Nigeria, where would Nigeria be now? Nigeria would be the Bight of Biafra, the green right here. So that green area here, this is the Gold Coast. So where is Bight of Benin? Okay, because I'm kind of shocked. Okay, so Bight of Benin and Bight of Biafra is right here. This is the Nigeria area, right? Where Nigerians are. So the Nok culture. The Nok culture goes back to 1500 BCE to 500 CE, location central Nigeria. Known for terracotta sculptures, early ironworking, this culture predates the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. So they had a population there. There's a disadvantage to all these studies, but I'm going to get to it in a second, right? You have the Dar Tichet near Mauritania. This dates back to 2000 to 500 BCE, stone-built settlements, early cattle herding and farming societies. So all these structures that they have. Hold on a second. This is very important right here. Hold on, I need to show you guys this. This is important. Yeah, I got to show you guys this. This is important. This is important to the conversation. People like Zion Lex need to see this. This is a World Heritage Center, UNESCO site, the ancient Kasor, Tichit, and Olata, Mauritania. These 4 ancient towns found in 11th on a certain right here. This is beautiful right here. It's a great mosque. And this is gathered from old structures. Yeah, that's beautiful. All right, let me go back to this. Kidnap victims is not even the word, bro. All right, West African early Iron Age. Iron smelting in parts of Nigeria by at least 1000 BC. So they had iron smelting in West and Central Africa before they had it in the ancient Near East. Organized agricultural societies, long-standing trade networks. All right, what about genetic evidence? Population genetics. West African lineages, E1, B1A subclades are thousands of years old. Deep continuity in West Africa in the Holocene period. No population replacement event around 1000 BC. All right. Broader African timeline. Humans had lived in West Africa for tens of thousands of years. Agriculture began in parts of the Sahel before 2000 BC. Distinct linguistic families developed independently of the Levant. All right. So what does this mean for the Israel question? The Kingdom of Israel formed roughly 1000 to 900 BCE. United monarchy debate aside, by that time, West Africa already had established cultures, settlements, technologies, genetic continuity. There's no archaeological evidence of a Levantine migration wave into West Africa around 1000 BC. Israelite-style settlements, Hebrew inscriptions, ancient Near East material culture appearing in West African strata. Could individuals have migrated across the Sahara in antiquity? Yes, long-distance trade existed. Is there evidence of a population-scale Israelite settlement in West Africa before 1000 BC? No archaeological or genetic evidence suggests that. All right. So the main slave port regions, as you can look on the screen, you see Upper Guinea, Gold Coast, Ghana, Bight of Benin, Bight of Biafra, Cameroon, Congo, Angola. We have real pre-1000 BC archaeology and some genetics, but with limitations. What we have before 1000 BC, let's take a look. In the Sahel, the Western Sahel, near the Mali Belt, Dar Tishit, the Tishit tradition, large dry stone sediments and a complex landscape that begins around the late 3rd century, 3rd millennium to 2nd millennium BC. The interior forests of the Savannah zone, the Kintampo tradition. I don't know if y'all heard when the discussion that Jabari had with Rawbone, he talked about this. The Kintampo tradition, the complex among the clearest pre-1000 BC food production and village settlement signals in West Africa, commonly placed around 3600 to 3200 BP, 2nd millennium BC. In Nigeria, I'll repeat, we had the Nok culture, begins around the 2nd millennium BC with a main phase later that includes terracotta and iron production. We didn't need Israelites for that. In Benin, where they say that the wider people are, before 1000 BC, evidence exists in the broader region, but the best known Benin kingdom urban states are much later. Archaeologists usually lean on regional sequences as far as Iron Age growth. The Cameroon in Central Africa, they found Shum Laka rock shelter. Shum, Shum, Laka, rock shelter burials around 8,000 and 3,000 years ago. So this is well before 1000 BC with genome-wide ancient DNA. This is one of the most important DNA anchors in West and Central Africa. There is solid archaeology for Neolithic and early Iron Age sequences in the Congo Basin, but many well-dated Iron Age expansions intensify after 1000 BC. Research on early iron-producing communities and forest zone settlement history is active. Let me get to the genetics for a second. We have tested bodies. We have Shumlaka landmark, some individuals from a couple from 8,000, a couple from 3,000 years ago. This is important. Why is this important? Because African Americans on a whole, the woman, let's talk about the woman for a second, because we're always talking about men. I don't know why. But all I can say is that the woman, they found women 3,000 and 8,000 years ago that had the L2 marker, which is the primary marker of African American women. I'm going to say it again. African American women primarily carry the L2 marker. And any one of y'all can look that up. Any one of y'all can look that up. All right? And if we have bodies there, there's a continuation of that, of those people within the African American or even the Jamaican or the Brazilian culture. All right? Let me see. It's hard to find bodies in Africa, man, to get strong DNA from them. Let me see. Okay, let's see what else we have here. So within Africa before 1000 BC, we have solid archaeology showing large populations and complex lifeways in these zones well before 1000 BC. In Kintapo, Nak culture, the Sahel Neolithic traditions, we have at least one major ancient DNA anchor in Shomlaka, Cameroon, showing deep occupation and later demographic complexity. All right, so I'm gonna leave out of this and I'm gonna go to what is the next thing? All right, so we talked about that. We talked about the zones where the Africans come from. I'm gonna get into Africanisms in America. So with hold on there, family. Anybody want to jump in? I want to jump in. Let's get to Africanisms in America.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Garfield, who you thought were the Jews today who best matches that genealogically, historically, archaeologically, and so on. If anyone, who do you think are the Jews today?
Who do I think the Jews are today? I think whoever adopts the culture is a Jew. As far as the people, I mean, I think there's enough information genetically to say that these people, you see, I like DNA because I like population genetics because it gives you an idea of where you're from, where your cluster is. And I'm E1B1A. I know I'm West and Central African. I trace back to a guy 10,000 years ago. And I honestly think the approximate dates and everything is on point. I don't have no problem with SMPs and STRs. I have no problem with the science. What I will say as far as Judah is concerned, I think the people who we are familiar with who are claiming to be Jews, what are their genetic markers that they're carrying? They're carrying J1, J2, the T, and some of them E1, B1B. This is important because we as Black folks in the West, we carry E1, B1A, right? And the E1, B1A that we carry, and a matter of fact, I'm gonna hold off a little bit before I get into that because I'm gonna get into that deep shortly. I'm gonna get into that really because I gotta get to the final genotype and all that stuff. So let me just talk about Africanisms.
Okay.
In America real quick. Let me just bring up this file and I'm gonna get to you. I think anybody who practices the religion, and by the way, to those people, just because they have the same genetic marker as the people, remember African Americans carry J marker too, you know. That a lot of people forget that. African Americans have the J marker. What about those people? Do you exclude them? You know, it's craziness. All right. I want to jump to Africanisms in Americas and keep that map on the stage for a reason. All right, because what we want to see is if they carry the culture along. I think the Nigeria would be where the red mark is. Yeah, the green mark, Bight of Biafra, and the red mark. It's both of them. All right, now watch this. Africanisms in the Americas. Africanisms, what is it? And by the way, y'all need to get that book, Africanisms in American Culture, by the way. It's a beautiful book with the red, black, and green on the front. Elements of African languages, religions, social systems, agriculture, music, naming, foodways, architecture, and worldview that survive in the Middle Passage and appeared in the Americas. The term was formally developed by Melville J. Hershowitz in The Myth of the Negro Past, 1941, which crushed the old racist claim that Africa was cultureless. Modern scholarship has expanded and corrected Hershowitz, but confirmed that African cultural survivals are massive, widespread, and measurable. Now, language and linguistic retentions. Loan words still used today in English: goober, which is peanut, and guba, kikongo. Bantu words like tote, banjo, yam, gombo, okra, voodoo, juju, zombie, chiga. Spanish-speaking Caribbean, Portuguese, Brazil. So we have these different words and contexts that we're using. The Creole syntax parallels West Central African patterns, grammar and structure, serial verb constructions, no copula aspect markers. Gullah Sea Island Creole preserves Mande, Wolof, Yoruba, Kikonga structures. Religion and spiritual systems. The Yoruba-derived system, Santeria. We see it in Cuba, worship of Orishas, use of Yoruba chants preserved. The Candomblé in Brazil, the Shango in Trinidad, Lokimi language and ritual survive Yoruba vocabulary. The Voodoo in Haiti uses Kikonga cosmology, Dome and crossroads. The Hoodoo root work in the US, graveyard dirt, spirit trees, charms, and Kisi type bundles. I'm not going to talk about Islam in the Americas. We know what that is. Music and dance Africanisms. Musical instruments, the banjo from West African banza and banza. Drums, the djembe and goma tradition. Shakiri, mbira type gourd rattles. Talking drum pattern surviving Baptist ring shout cadence. Rhythmic structure, polar rhythm, syncopation, and improvisation. These from the base of gospel, blues, jazz, samba, salsa, reggae, hip hop. People arguing about where hip hop come from. We know it's rooted in Africa. All right. Social organization and family structure, matrilineal influences in the Sea Islands and Caribbean. Lineage terminology mirrors Akan, Yoruba, Bantu structures. Female-headed households in the Caribbean mirror certain matrifocal West African traditions, not breakdown. Naming practices, day names like Kofi, Kofi, Kojo, Kojo, Kwarte, Kweku, found in colonial Jamaican Barbados records. Muslim African slaves use names like Fatima, Musa, Bilali. Agricultural and foodways. Foods brought by Africans, rice cultivation techniques from Senegambia. Okra, watermelon, sorghum, black-eyed peas. Introduced African yam, Dioscorea, SPP. African hill system of planting. Architecture, I'm going to scroll past that. Creolization of laws and customs, burial customs, shells placed on graves. That's a Congo tradition. We see it in the south. Graves facing east, African sunrise cosmology, libation practices. Kingship titles, auntie, uncle as community elders. That's from the Akan and the Yoruba usage. Jumping the broom, the marriage tradition. Remember that movie? That's from the Asante and the Mandinka as parallels to that. Maroon societies, Jamaican Maroons, Suriname, Saramaka, Brazil, Palmeiras. They are following the Akan military structures and the Congo military structures. Medicine and healing. This is the one that caught my eye very well. Herbal Africanisms. And I'm sure my Jamaican brother, Zanlex, could relate to this. Enslaved Africans identified with sassafras. So when you hear the dread, them talk, oh, sassafras, that's out of the medicine and healing out of Africa. Wormwood, aloe, cola, bitterroot. Talk about bitterroot all the time. Parallels West African herbalism. Hoodoo root doctors, the continuation of the Congo Yoruba healing frameworks. Use of amulets, charms, bundles similar to Nkisi. Folktale stories and worldview. My Jamaican family will relate to Anansi stories. Became Brer Rabbit and Compere Lapin, Nancy stories. Trickster figures, Esu, Eshu, Legba. Ancestor reverence, household altars, spirit trees, grave rituals. So these are things that are called Africanisms in America. Very important to understand. One thing I gotta get into, I'm gonna get into the Akan right now before I get out of here. The Akan, that's the blood. I got the blood of the Akan in my system. No, I'm not showing it, but I'm referring to the eras where the slaves are taken from. Akan people overview. Let's take a look at this real quickly. Everybody reading their own sources and doing what they want to do. They want to make African culture a part of the Jews or the Israelites, but the Jews that got there, if they got there from North Africa, they would have brought the same culture to West and Central Africa. That's all I'm saying. I'm not speaking Spanish. It is easy. All right. Now, we do have Akan oral traditions recorded before the 20th century. We do have archaeology, linguistics, genetics, early European or Islamic records of Akan peoples between the 1400s and the 1800s. We have anthropological studies from Rattray, Bosia, Wilkes, Mayoritz, Arhin, Conado, etc. So let's take a look at some of the Akan claims that we've been hearing in the community for a while. All right. No Akan clan, whether it's the Oyoko, the Asona, the Bretuo, the Agona, the Aseni, the Adanten, or Corinthi, has ever preserved any tradition, ritual system, purity code, or linguistic pattern that comes from ancient Israel. This claim that you hear like these idiots that come in the chat and talk about the Akan are Jews only appears after 1930 and comes from a couple people. J.J. Williams, Hebrewisms in West Africa, missionary interpretations of Akan customs as Old Testament-like, and 20th century Black Hebrew Israelite ideology. It does not appear in 1400s Portuguese records, 1500s to 1700s in Dutch records. It don't appear in British records. Akan oral history is collected by Rattray, Bowditch, Ellis, Randolph. It don't appear. Any indigenous Akan tradition before colonial influence. Let me break down each situation so everybody could look at it. Let's look at one clan at a time. The Oyoka clan and Israelite kingship. The Oyoka developed their kingship from Bono Manso tradition, the golden stool. Around 1701 is documented. Akomfo, Anarchy, ritual innovations. Akan is matrilineal clan structure. No Akan king ever performed a Hebrew royal anointing, used Israelite purity laws, followed Abrahamic covenant laws. What we do find with the Akan kings, they undergo akragi, which is soul purification. They fast or abstain before installment. They use sacred oils from shea butter and herbs. They are indigenous Akan spiritual practices, not Hebraic. All right. No connection to Israel, no Hebrew style anointing, no Abrahamic law, no migration memory from the northeast. Before I go here, hold on, let me look at different clans. I don't want to read out each clan and all that stuff. I do want to point out something that's well documented within the community of the Akan. Historically, the Ashanti and Akan in general did not like circumcision. In fact, often criticize or oppose it. This is well documented in early ethnography and oral tradition. Let me break this down clearly with the sources so everybody could check themselves. R.S. Rattray, when he spoke about the Asante generally did not circumcise, and many considered it unnecessary and even undesirable. He also explained circumcision was not an Asante requirement. It was not tied to religion or purity. Many Asante believed circumcision was a foreign custom that they did not prefer. Groups who practiced it were seen as different people. Rattray also states that the Asante believed their purity laws had nothing to do with circumcision, unlike Jewish or Islamic cultures. That's 1927 from Rattray. Kofi Bosua, the position of the chief in the modern political system of Asante, confirmed circumcision was not a part of Asante custom. He notes that the Asante did not require it, did not teach it, did not attach spiritual meaning to it, did not view it as a covenant or purity act. Yeah, because the reason why I picked out circumcision is because that's one of the main arguments I hear Hebrew Israelites in their ideology pointing out. All right. And shout out to the brother Akweti. He also pointed this out in his discussion about that also. Now, William Boltzmann, around 1705 on the Dutch Gold Coast, before the Asante Empire was fully formed, in the late 1600s, right before deep European penetration inland, he notes the Akan, called the Coromantee and Fanti, did not circumcise. He specifically contrasts it with Muslims, northern Savannah peoples, some coastal non-Akan groups. So he's the earliest person documenting about not doing circumcision. Ludwig Ferdinand Romar in the 1700s, a Danish officer on the Gold Coast. Circumcision is not a Fante Akan custom. He adds that the Akan viewed it as foreign, a Mohammedan practice not required by their religion or customs. Christian Proten, again, another guy in the 1764, first documented God, Danish educator, and an interpreter connected to Akan-speaking communities. He says circumcision was not practiced by Akan groups. Only Muslim-influenced groups on the fringes practiced it. Wow. T.D. Bowditch, 1819, mission from Cape Coast Castle to Asante. He spent time in Kumasi in 1817. He writes about the Asante religion, festivals, war customs, and body practice. He explicitly states that the Asante did not practice circumcision. He notes that it was unnecessary to them, unknown in their laws, and not connected to any priestly or purity system. Joseph de Pluis, 1800s. Circumcision was not practiced by the Asante. Early Islamic sources like Al-Bukhari, Al-Idrisi ibn Battuta never describe the Akan peoples practicing circumcision. Instead, they describe Mande Muslims, Sahelian Muslims, and other groups near the Mali and the Gao era, but not the Akan. All right? All right, let me leave the Akan for now and get to my last point. And I'm done. I promise you I'm done. I'm done. Big up yourself, my brother. Big up yourself. The last thing, and I'm done, and I'm out of here. Let me see. I did a file on Orthodox more. Let me see if I find this right here. Look up Orthodox more. All right, we're going to get into the genetic argument that my brother just brought up. I got to respond to that. So I did the Akan, Jews in West Africa, Africanism in America, and Orthodox more, and then I'm done. All right, I hope you guys, whoever stayed, learned something. I'm not trying to school. I'm not trying to tell you don't believe whatever you believe. Continue believing until you reach where you reach. Just know the Abrahamic faith has not been the best thing for us. That's all I'm going to say regarding that. All right, so let me go up here to the Duffinal genotype. All right, so I got to put some sources in the chat. All right. Yeah, Orthodox Moore made a lot of claims. That shit is crazy. All right, so what is the genetic makeup of African Americans? They average 70 to 80% of African ancestry. Major source regions: Nigeria, Ghana, Benin, Togo, Cameroon, Angola, Congo. Reflects a transatlantic slave trade where enslaved people were taken from West and Central Africa. Genetic markers align with groups like the Yoruba, the Igbo, the Hausa, the Mande, the Akan, Bantu speakers, etc. All right, that's from the American Journal of Human Genetics by Bryce. He found 73% African ancestry on average. On average, there's a European admixture of 15 to 25%, primarily Northwest European, English, Irish, Scottish. What about the woman? Because we love to talk about the men because Abrahamic faith is a male-dominated type of thing. So now with the woman, right, the mitochondrial DNA passed from mothers, overwhelmingly African. 90% of African Americans have African mtDNA haplogroups L0, L1, L2, L3. Y chromosome DNA passed from fathers, disproportionately European and African men. About 30 to 40% of African American men carry European Y DNA haplogroups like R1b. All right. This shows a historical pattern. African American women mostly had African mothers who passed down African genetic lines. European men fathered children with enslaved African women, introducing European Y chromosomes. All right. So the haplogroup L0, the oldest evidence of African mTDNA lineages, goes back around 150,000, 120. L2 goes back 70,000 to 90,000. Very common among African American women. This is very important. 70 to 90,000 years ago. Oldest evidence, West Central African populations tied to later expansions. L3 originates in East Africa. So, African American women. So L0 is the oldest ancient DNA that we have, L0. The oldest sample we have is 2,000 years ago. L1, we have dates about 8,000 years ago. L2 date to 8,100 years ago. All right, L3, we have a Mota cave individual in Ethiopia, date 4,500 years ago. That's the L tree. Anyway, that person had E1B1A. I think that's the oldest sample that we have. All right, on average, African American men carry L2 40 to 45%, L3 25 to 30, L1 10 to 15, and L0 5% or less. Non-African lineages, European mtDNA, HU, J, K, T, etc., appears in 5 to 10% of African Americans. This reflects some European women entering the gene pool, but far less common than European paternal contribution. All right. So the L2 is what men carry the most, L2A1 to be exact, 40 to 45%. That's what the men carry as their mtDNA. All right, let's see what we want to do here. All right, so the distribution, maternal lineage is overwhelming African. Again, 40 to 45% women have the L2A1, West and Central African, and L3, which is Central and West African. All right, L1 is 10 to 50%. All right. Okay, so we have an idea of the DNA for the men and DNA for the women and what they're connected to. All right. Now, since L2 is the most prominent marker for the men and the women, 40 to 45%, let's look at L2 in the Levant. L2 as a woman marker is absent in ancient Levantine DNA. Appears in trace among modern due to trans-Saharan red slave trade, 7th to 19th century CE. This is from Richards. So you show L2 in Yemen and Arabia. It's very important. You want to say something, brother?
No, I'm no, sir. Sorry.
All right, cool. This is very important. L2 is absent in ancient Levantine DNA. The Natufians, the Neolithic farmers, the Bronze Age Canaanites, you don't find L2 in any samples. That means it don't exist. They haven't found any. It appears in trace amounts in the Middle Eastern groups due to trans-Saharan and red slave trade routes between the 7th and the 19th centuries. All right, that's very important. All right. So we have L2, which is the primary one in African Americans. And we have, hold on. All right, so when L2 is present in Yemen and Arabia now, I got to ask myself, is this connected to the sickle cell trait or what's called the Dophinol gene in the Yemen population? Because Yemen is why is it we find E1B1A in Yemen at a high level? We find L2 at a high level. Like, damn, what's going on? So the trans-Saharan trade route, they took the Africans from so-called sub-Saharan Africa and took them to Yemen as one of the places where they took the slaves. All right. All right. So now let me get into this carefully now. The L2 in Yemen and show West African haplogroups in Yemen and Oman and the Hijaz. They are absent in ancient Levantine DNA, so their presence is attributed to African gene flow in the last 2,000 years. And the Arab slave trade can explain that. Red Sea, Indian Ocean contact, and of course, Ethiopia, Sudan, Somalia, Arabia. Now, the sickle cell trait is highly prevalent in West African parts of East Africa where malaria is endemic. Studies in southern Arabia and Yemen show pockets of high sickle cell frequency that mirror African input. This is very important. The dophinol gene, if you've never heard about it before, dophinol mutation makes red blood cells resistant to Plasmodium vivax malaria. So what happens is when the mosquito bites you, for those who don't know, the mosquito likes your protein in the red blood cells. So that's what it aims at when it sucks on your blood. What happened is, because of evolution, I can't explain it. I can't fully explain it. We developed a natural resistant, which became the sickle cell trait because it became a sickle. So that red blood protein became dormant, so that we became resistant to it. We developed it over time periods, over years, hundreds of years. So what happened is, so there's something called Plasmodium vivax malaria, which is when the mosquitoes bite you, they're spreading. So in sub-Saharan African populations, it's 100% in many sub-Saharan African communities. It's 100%, but absent in ancient Near Eastern or European samples. So in other words, the Israelites wouldn't have it, or Europeans wouldn't have it, the specific variant. Now in Yemen and parts of Saudi Arabia, the dophinol allele is present at significant levels, again, reflecting recent African ancestry. Now, the L2 DNA haplogroup, sickle cell allele, and dophinol allele all show up in Yemen and Arabia together. They form a genetic package of African ancestry, introduced by historic migration and slavery, not by ancient indigenous Levantine or Arabian population. This is consistent with recent African admixture explanation for why we see L2 in Yemen today. All right. So for those who don't know, the presence of African L2 haplogroups in Yemen is connected to the distribution of sickle cell trait and the dophinol gene there, because all three are African markers carried across the Red Sea through the slave trade and later contacts. All right. All right. Let me see what's going on here. Hold on. I left one thing out. Hold on. All right, here we go. I have the right one. I read from the wrong one. All right, for those who don't know, sickle cell trait has three main haplotypes in West and Central Africa. The three main haplotypes are the Senegal haplotype, the Benin haplotype, and the Bantu Central African Republic haplotype. Now, for those who don't know, when you come here to the America, you have either one of those three as a slave. Latino people, indigenous people have it because of, you can have the trait. You know, you could pass it down if you have sex with anybody from any culture, whatever. All right. Now, with the dophinol gene, this is different. And I want to make it clear to everybody. The dophinol genotype is totally different than the sickle cell trait, although it's still connected to that. What happened is in African Americans, right? The sickle cell trait, you could have the trait and your mom have the trait and you don't end up having it. It's just a possibility that you pass on the trait. I have the trait. My son's mother have the trait, but he never got the trait. So it just depends. It's the luck of the draw. Now, with the dophinol genotype, you and the mother has to have it for it to pass down. So now when they say in African Americans, hold on, let me put one of these articles on the screen so people could see that I'm not making this up. So this is what destroys a lot of the mix-up on the whole foolishness with this stuff. Is that, hold on, that full text. Let me see which one I want. The dophinol. Let me make this big so everybody could read it. me put it in the chat so people could read the article so they could go back to it. Absolute neutrophil count. Have you ever gone to the doctor and they tell you that your T blood cells are high or whatever, and then they have to give you antibiotics? It's natural for African Americans or Black people who come from West and Central Africa to have high T levels. And what happened is we are a different breed. This study found 66% of Black people have the Duffinol phenotype, and that there's a significant difference in ANC between Duffinol, non-Duffinol individuals. All right. I'm gonna keep this right here so anybody wants to read the article itself. All right. If you look at the Duffinol distribution in Africa and the African diaspora, it's nearly fixed in West and Central Africa. In much of sub-Saharan Africa, the Duffinol allele is 90 to 100%. Some West African regions approach fixation. All right. African Americans, in African descended population, African Americans is 65 to 80% Duffinol. Afro-Caribbean and Black diaspora, similar range. All right, let me see here. So areas with historic malaria, there's a near fixation in West and Central Africa. Non-malarial regions, low frequency, Europe, North Africa, Middle East. So the regional pattern inside Africa, important for ancestry, is that Senegambia, Guinea Coast, Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon, Congo, Angola. It's a high frequency, exactly where we were taken from. So basically, like for African Americans or even Jamaican, Western Central African ancestors have 90 to 100% Duffinol. African Americans have 65 to 80. I think Jamaicans have 90%, Brazil 90%, and Afro-British have 90%. So that's something that we directly brought from West and Central Africa here to the Americas. So we can't tiptoe around and say we're using DNA. We're not using DNA. We're using the Duffinol genotype that you have. You have it in your system. And it also proves, Sunchild, that African Americans have been sleeping with each other. Jamaicans have been sleeping with each other. This whole notion about white people is in a white people. This nope. Black folks have been sleeping with black folks the whole time because you can't pass it on. The Duffinol can't be passed on unless you sleep with somebody. They both are the same parties. If you have the Duffinol. Sunchild, are you there? Go ahead, guys. I gotta take this phone call.
Yes, brother, I'm here. Yeah, I wish I had something to read at least to continue the conversation until Garfield gets back. But yeah, the question I have for Garfield when he returns is how he mentioned that there was a J marker in African Americans and how.
What? So out of everything that he went through, all you focusing on is the so-called Jewish marker in African people. Huh? Out of everything that he read, this lets me know that you're not really interested into intellectual conversations. You're into trying to pigeonhole African people into these religious ideologies that come from the Levant, bro. That's disingenuous as fuck.
I'm not. I think you have me misread, brother. I'm not suggesting that African Americans are from the Levant, just perhaps the opposite. I just wanted to understand what he mentioned, that there was the J marker was present in African Americans, and I wanted to ask him how he would account for that. And it's not as if I am doubting it. I agree with him. I just was getting his perspective on how he accounted for it.
It's through sex. How any other marker gets in other populations. People having sex, bro.
So it's just sex with Europeans and African Americans, perhaps the Atlantic states.
My bad, guys.
Hey, brother.
No, y'all was talking. My bad. I turned the phone.
the question really was for you. How you mentioned African Americans having a J marker, and my question is how did you account for it being present in African Americans?
Remember, I don't know if you ever saw an interview that I did years ago with a guy called Ahav Ever. He's a guy who's descended from Sephardic Jews, but he didn't come here as a slave. There's a lot of people who are black who didn't come here as slaves. They're descendants of Luso Africans, descendants of people who had sex with whatever who were Jews, descendants of people who was taken from Africa and basically got manumission after 7 years, and they converted to Judaism, or people who had sex with the men. That's it.
Could it be accounted? Is the J marker present in Europeans, and could the Atlantic slave trade with the interbreeding and breeding between the European slave master and the African slave, could that have made a presence of the J marker through the European and the Atlantic slave trade?
Sean from Mossy Clan, he's J. I don't know what his background is, but I mean, you never know. You never know, bro. You never know. I can't account for it 100%, so I just could just put my word out there and just say something, but it's a very minute amount, and as far as the population, but I mean, it's still significant. They're here.
But do you, as far as you know, is the J marker present in Europeans that were involved in the slave trade?
No.
And American slavery?
They were R1B. That's what explains. R1B is what's primarily a lot in African American males.
Oh, okay. But there is a small percentage of J also, you said, and you explained how you would account for it. Okay.
Yeah, some of them, not all of them, but some of them. But I do want to make it clear that with the Duffy null genotype, the reason why I bring it out, because it's something that malaria, we know sickle cell trait as growing up in the Caribbean, we talk about sickle cell trait. Our parents always used to tell us, I don't know if your parents told you this, son, child, but they always said, don't have a child with somebody who has sickle cell trait. And I actually ended up doing that because the person, if you have sex with somebody who has sickle cell trait and you have it, the person could end up having sickle cell anemia, which is very life-threatening. That person wouldn't even have a life. So, I mean, that's something that we carried from West and Central Africa. And it also proved my point when I was going to debate Jabari, that how did the sickle cell trait that we have that originated in West Africa ended up in the before they had established a kingdom in Egypt before 3000. So pre-dynastic time period. They found sickle cell trait over there from West Africa. So at the end of the day, and how they know, because there's three different types. You have the Senegal type, you have the Benin type, and you have the Central African type. And the one that they have, I think, was Benin type. So we see it in Iraq in the trans-Saharan time period. We see it in other areas, but we could mark it based off of the person having the sickle cell trait and where it comes from. So you're like, oh, they're connected to Africa somehow. So this is something that our ancestors had, that we could prove who we are based off of them having the Duffy null gene. I think that is clear cut. It matches with the genetics. So we don't even need DNA. We have the Duffy null genotype, and it's there, bro. We can't do nothing about it. It's there.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not contesting the genetic evidence with regards to African Americans and West Africa and the Levant. Not really questioning that. But really, so going back to mythological ethnogenesis, I suppose if it's not an ethnogenesis and not genetically related, I believe what it could be considered a mythological inclusion or corporation, where you incorporate yourself into a story. Consciously knowing or not that you are that you are doing that. But yeah, it is very interesting.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is we have basically attached ourselves to other people's mythological tales because we don't have a mythological ethnogenesis. So their mythological ethnogenesis, we have taken parts of to try to give ourselves some type of cohesive history in this land, even though the story that we tell isn't cohesive at all. it's totally against the actual cohesive history that we actually have. Do you know how insane that is?
Yeah, and it's really difficult making it. It's really difficult making it an ethnogenesis with the genetic evidence against you. I think, like I would say, Paul did the same thing, the writer of the Bible, but he didn't make it. He didn't use ethnicity. He used, he incorporated the Gentiles, everyone but the Jews, into the story, right? And it was very effective because now you have people like the Americans who did what they did as the new Israel. So I see it as the same thing, and it can be done with either ethnically or corporately or inclusively, like Paul did. That's what Paul did, corporation, and it can be done effectively. It's just a matter of how you feel about it as a science or as an art, which it can be viewed as.
So stealing somebody's cultural tale can be done good and should be done as long as you can do it and other people don't care.
Well, it's not so much as stealing a real person's identity, Brother Sabio. It is, after all, if we agree that it is a mythological story, then it's it's kind of open to whoever.
Story. It's a specific people's story.
Yeah, but we understand it's a mythological story. I'm not sure if you believe that these people, the Israelites, David and Solomon and Moses, if they actually existed, or if it's just a story. If it's just a story, it takes it to the concept of the story itself, which is very useful and has always been useful throughout all cultures. The idea of a story can be very powerful in how you attach yourself to it.
Okay, cool. I understand that. And no, I don't accept that Abraham, Isaac, Moses, any of them people existed. All right, so at this point, the story is a cultural container for a specific group of people. Those people from that area that were under the Roman, Abyssinian, Assyrian,
under the Greek, and under the Romans. Hey, one second. Anybody from the audience who has an issue with the Jews in Africa just being a small area, small group of people that had some interactions, that's it. If you got information to disprove or to enlighten or add on to the conversation, please do come forward, because people hear Jews and they make the Jews to be like 10 million people coming out of Egypt, man. They gotta relax, man. A few people here and there. Matter of fact, I got a source here. Hold on, let me get this source right here. This source here is deep. This dude say ain't no Jews go in West Africa during the trade time because they didn't have any protection. Hold on, let me get the scholar UMAR Abam. Let me bring it up right here. Some of these stories, some of these people make up traditions because sometimes they picked on Jews, and sometimes claiming to be a Jew worked out for you. The Wolof, they claim that they're Jews. They said it was the Gauls, not Jews. And sometimes people claim to be Jews to be safe because they were people of the book. So I think it came to be Jews to not be put in slavery. Yeah. So I mean, we have this. We ready for this West Africa shit, yo. We ready for this. We ready for this. Hold on, let me find this source right here. As a matter of fact, Jonathan Short told me about this source. He told me about this joint right here. Where is it at right here? Where did I go? Where did it go? Here we go. The Journal of North African Studies. It's called the Saharan Jewry History, Memory, and Imagined Identity from 2011. Hold on, let me see. Do I have it? It says download the PDF. Boom, 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 boom. It's not long. It's like 18 pages. So. All right, let me save this source. I'll save it for another day. But I got y'all, man. I got y'all. I got this.
I think what Sabio was saying is, he's saying we're stealing another people's identity, but I think more specifically, you would say you're appropriating someone else's mythos or their mythology, in which case the argument becomes, should Africans who seek some type of Pan-African mythos need to create their own, or do they have others already that they can look to? Can you use your oppressor's mythos to free yourself? That's another question. But it is possible. I mean, if you look at Christianity during slavery, Christianity played a great role in the struggle for liberty and so for Black Americans. So it can be used, and it's a matter of what's available, what's already useful in the heart and souls of people, and you can use that to a certain advantage. I think Brother Garfield, if you remember Howell, the founder of the Rastafarian movement, right? I believe he, as far as I know from the story, you probably know better than I do and can correct me, but he's when the Indians were in Jamaica, he got a lot of influence with regards to the Buddha, and he spoke to Indians who spoke to him about the importance of having your own cultural mythos and identity as a people. And he found one in a central figure such as the Buddha in Haile Selassie. And from there, he scientifically and artfully created a mythos and, if you will, a religion behind it, which has been very powerful and effective in certain aspects. And I'm not sure if, perhaps, again, you can correct me. I don't want to speak against Howell in any way, but I see his movement and what he did as scientific and artful as well. I don't want to speak to his belief because I don't know.
So, first things first, the fact that you can acknowledge that this mythos is somebody else's, and we as a people here in the Americas were colonized, and at some point in our history in this country, the religion that we were colonized by was utilized to some extent against us and for us, shows that this thing needs to be dropped. Why? Because the president, who was a Christian at that time, Abraham Lincoln, actually wrote that he did not care if any of the slaves were freed during the Civil War. He was only trying to keep the Union from breaking apart. So I don't give a fuck about all the pining you do for this religious mythos, bro. It hasn't been effective for us. Yes, people can make up beliefs and adapt and adopt to anything because that is what the human brain is capable of. But do we have to make up lies and lie to ourselves for this? No, we don't, son child. And that's what you're saying we should do because we don't know our cultural myths from Africa. We should go ahead and attach ourselves and make these moves.
Well, I don't think I've proposed anything that we should do, Brother Sago. I think I've only been interested in doing an objective view of what is being done. I'm not making suggestions that we do anything. I'm only looking at it and sort of an analysis of it and what it actually is. I'm not suggesting anything, actually.
Oh, you're not suggesting it?
No.
So last night on Pseudo Killers, what was you suggesting?
Last night with the Pseudo Killers, I spoke about science and spirituality. Is that the conversation you're referring to? So
science and spirituality don't mix. So
Yeah, I was looking at it again. I believe, from my perspective, I think I was looking at it objectively to see if there's a way that you can, where science and spirituality do agree. And again, I think I was being objective. I didn't suggest anyone believe anything or suppose a certain worldview. It's just what I believe to be an objective perspective.
an objective perspective. I don't think it actually is. That's why I call myself my new. That's why I'm gonna call my new YouTube channel the Objective Perspective. Because
That's very interesting.
to look and yeah, that's yeah, and it's been that to look at these things objectively, you have to first of all take the bias that you have out of it. So if there's any type of goodness or upliftment that our people may have gotten from it, you have to acknowledge that, but then you have to also be able to look at the opposite side of it and then be able to say, all right, where does this actually benefit us, and how hasn't it benefited us in the last 20 plus years? What has it actually done to our community, to the African American or Black community as a whole? And if you don't do that, you're not looking at it objectively.
Well, Pan-Africanism can be seen as a form of ethnogenesis as well. Sort of not a continental corporation form of and ethnic as well, because Africans are seen as one people genetically.
You know what I like to do?
From that perspective, Pan-Africanism has done a lot in the movement. So you can see some type of ethnogenesis working. We see a corporation of African states, the AU, and they can be effective in a lot of ways. So ethnogenesis is not a negative thing in itself.
We've been on for 5 hours. Listen, I'm gonna jump off. Listen, family, I'm out of here. I'll be on next week. And thank y'all for tuning in, man. Appreciate y'all, man.
Thank you, Brother Godfrey, for having me. And I'll leave you with a word of wisdom from a wise man. He said, "Real bad man no wear people pants."
Peace.